Hello? Hello? Am I right? Hi, everybody. Let me turn on some tavern music for you guys. Let me bring you some ale. We got the rump shakers. You know what I'm saying? We got the rump shaker music. It's a little quiet now. Shit. How's that? I'm doing good, Mikey. Hi, everybody. Where's my Rosie today? I miss my Rosie. I thought I felt the shaking in my rump. It was me, baby. It was me all along. Hey, you guys. Hey, guys. How's it going? Maybe she's working. I don't know. I hope her day's been okay. So if you hear any noise in the background, at the park near where I live, they're having like a school event, I think. Somebody's dressed as a carrot and a tomato, it appears. There's like shit everywhere. There's like wood and I don't know what's going on. There's like a bunch of like wooden tubes everywhere. Cardboard maybe? I don't know. Somebody's dressed as a vegetable. Brother, I don't know. There's a tent with just adults in sweats handing out. I don't know, what are they handing out? Not food. Is it? Maybe it's a face painting station? All I know is I want a piece. I'm trying to get in there. Play like a theater? No, it doesn't appear to be of the play variety. I don't know, babes. I don't know, babes. Something's going on out there, though. Hi. Oh, I forgot to connect. Un moment. There we go. Howdy. Here's Fatty always. Daddy Fatty. Ah! I have disappeared entirely from the internet. There we go. He loves being the center of attention. He's perfect there. It's just everyone that Chad hired a bunch of people to mess with you. So freaking true. You turned into... No, I turned invisible. You guys are using my spell slots. Sheesh. So, I thought it'd be kind of fun to just have a just chatting day. I wasn't kind of early, so I don't have like a ton of energy. And I thought, you know, I'm gonna ask my friend Kato, you know, what she thinks I should do today. And Ms. Kato said that she would like to do like a tier list, like a D&D tier list. That's what she wants me to do today. And I said, bet. I said, for you, darling, anything. You know, when your wife makes a request, you say, yes, ma'am. You know? You say, yes, ma'am. Do an Animal Crossing tier list? Make me! Make me, Mikey! I should probably move this. I realize that my stream avatar is in the way of my little sub goal, so let me just change it real quick. Hold on a minute. Let me just move around up. Now I feel like it's in the way in a different way. Hold on a minute. But if I... No! It's like too much everywhere I go. I guess... I'll put it here. No, it's blocking. I'll put it here. That's fine, right? It's cut off a little, but that's fine. And that's how Druid became S tier. So yeah, exactly. We're gonna be doing some D&D class reviews today. I'm gonna be grading them based on my perception of the classes. This is not up for debate, unfortunately. It's just based on my perception of things. I will be going through their I will be looking at their subclasses just to see like if that will improve my disposition about their slot. But chances are I'll be stuck in my ways. I shall fight the list after then. Oh me, oh my. Levi, who would you be? What class would you be? And why is it like sorcerer or rogue or some shit? Ba, 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 ba. Why would Ranger get low? Get low, get low, get low, get low. You just never know. We just never know.
SB sorry I'm late, I was showing off frogs to a
Sorry I am late, I was showing off frogs to a co-worker.
I was asking for you. Thank you for coming and thank you for the sub, Rosie. Thank you, thank you. Actually, I think the sub thing needs to be refreshed. Let me refresh. It should update now, I think. Whoa! It's busted. It's busted. How you doing, Rosie? How you been doing? How's work today? Yeah, all three twins are here. That's right. All three of us are here. Coworker had a birthday today and she loves frogs. She sounds like the perfect person in the world. Anybody who loves frogs is S tier IMO. You gotta like frogs around here. Yeah? Free buns cake. What flavor are we talking? Little mama? So true. So freaking true. Oh, I wanted to tell you, I got so as you know, because I was after like purchasing Sparrow's chair and paying off a debt that came up ceremoniously with the incredible donos that you guys have given me. I used some of the money to get myself some new clothes because I really needed them because I left everything I owned in Arizona. And I got this new top and it's square cut like my model and it's like in such a beautiful color. It's like this like dark pine green. It's like if Esme's jacket, so my jacket was dark. Sorry, I'm asking Sparrow to give me some water. I have hiccups. It's cute. It's really cute. And I did my makeup and my hair today, and I got two little actually I got 4 French combs that I've been playing with, and you know, I feel like we're kind of sleeping on French combs nowadays. It was a big thing in the 80s, and now people are just kind of sleeping on them. But it's a really good way to keep your hair up without like the headaches that come with wearing a headband or a hair tie. Esme Pretty, thank you so much. Thank you. They're so cool. And one of the ones that I got, it's like It has gold teeth and it has roses on the top. I don't think it's real gold, obviously. Thank you, Sparrow. Do you want to say goodbye?
Bye.
See you. Yeah, it's really cool. My titties got wet. Oops. Anyway, the shirt is Poggy's. That's Sparrow. It's my roommate and my mod. Bye, father. Yeah, that's your guys' dad. You don't recognize your own dad's voice or what? Anyway, there's some sort of corn cob festival outside. The children are stacking like these, it looks like mats, like gymnastics mats, and laying on them. Apparently they're bored with all of the wooden tubes that are about. There's like a booth that I can't quite see. And it has like a sign in front of it, but I can't see. We'll never know. Maybe boobies absorb water through the skin like frog. Exactly. So true. You never think about that, hot Argos. You never really think about that stuff, hot Argos. Oh boy, oh boy. How's the audio, by the way? We good? Does the audio sound alright? Okay, good. The more you know for sure. So Piranha's birthday's coming up. Piranha, what do you want for your birthday? What do you feel like? Huh? Yeah, Argus, pour water on your titties. Let's see. Let's see if it absorbs, Argus. Dip your ass in water. Let's see if it absorbs. Day off and some bed rotting. Hell yeah. That sounds nice. Just resting, because you work so much. On the real? I'll draw you a little piranha guy. Does that sound good? I'm hearing noises. Scrap antics, creative recycling. Oh, so it's a bunch of like recycling that is just kind of outside. I don't know, man. Something's going on out there. I want to be a part of it. It's when kids have little festivals and stuff, it makes me think, man, I wish I was a little kid and I could participate. It's not really fair. What do you mean it's okay? You don't want art from me or what? You hate my guts. Say that. Brad doesn't like me. Night. So, oh, they're over there picking up like the tables and things. Maybe they're done. Maybe it's over already. They're putting the recycling in these barrels. Some of them are having a tug of war contest. Okay, see you, Liam. Please be safe. Please be safe, Liam. I'm worried about Liam. Hope he's okay. Well, so as the title suggests, we're going to be doing some D&D class tier lists. We're gonna look at like there's some classes and just like give her a good look see, I hope to have a completed list by the time Sparrow comes home, so that he can see how low I've placed fighters on the list and get upset and get really upset at me, get really angry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So let me just take a little schluck. I'm gonna turn the music down just a touch, because even though it's a good volume for y'all, it's really loud for me. There we go. That's a little better for me. I hope that's fine. Let's see. Let me switch over and get my tier list open and we'll take a look. Okay, hold on a minute. Here we go. What? What? Oh, the story. Okay, hold on. I have to tell this story first. Hold on. Let's go back. Okay, I have a story to tell y'all. Okay, for Dealey, yes. Okay, so, to start, this all came about because Dealey, we all know her, we all love her, Little Miss Third Place of the United States, posted something in my Discord, our community Discord, that was like, I feel like if I had a few months, I could plan a bank robbery. And I said, from personal experience, you do not need that long. You don't need a plan at all. And she was like, what do you mean by that? And I said that I would tell the story on stream. So we're going to tell it. Goes a little something like this. So, back when I was a little slime, not so little, I still had boobies, you know? So I was like, early adults, let's say. Early adults, so like early 20s, right? I had just got paid from this like mom and pop shop that I worked at. I needed to cash a check. And we were driving, me and my ex at the time, we're driving around town and we were in an unfamiliar part of the city and we needed a bank ASAP because we needed to get gas. And my check was like the only like cash that we had. So I was like, hey, there's a bank right here. Just pull in. And he pulled in and got in the parking lot. I was like, I'll be right back. Mind you, we were doing like errands and I was just, hi, Paladin. Thank you. I will. I'll have a good stream just for you. Okay. I'll put Paladin and S here just for you. Okay. Anyway, Poco. Okay. Yes, I call you Poco. Are your, what are your, I almost said adjectives? What are your pronouns? I don't know if you ever told me. They, them. Okay, I'm sorry if I've ever got that wrong. They, them. I'll remember that. They, them. Okay. So, anyway, we were doing chores that day, and I was just kind of like in my slop clothes. I was wearing like old dirty pajamas, like a big shirt, no bra ass fucking, you know, granny panties, fucking, you know, pajama pants, hair up in a messy ass bun, no deodorant, that type of beat. Cause like I was usually the one who like sat in the car and just like waited for him to like get up and like go inside somewhere for a few minutes and then come back. But I was like, I have to go in because it's my check. So he pulls over, he goes into the parking lot, and I'm like, no problem. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 10 minutes if it's not that busy, right? So I walk in, and it's like this big ass lobby, and there's no reception at all. It's just like it's like this huge tall cement building that just says blah 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 bank. I don't even remember what bank it was, to be honest. Blah 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 bank. And I was like, what? How am I supposed to cash my check? So I go looking for a sign, and I'm looking all over, and there's a sign that says blah 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 bank, 5th floor. And then it listed a bunch of other company names under it. And I was like, it's really weird. I've never seen a bank share a building with anyone else, but I don't know. Like, I've never been at this part of the city. Maybe that's normal here. So I walk towards the stairs, and I notice that the door is locked, and I'm like, huh, I wonder why. And then I see that this like painter guy holding a door on another like entryway, and I'm like, hey, could you hold the door for me, please? And he's like, sure. And he lets me in, and then I'm looking around, and I finally see an elevator, and I push the button, and nothing happens. And I'm like, what the fuck is up with this bank, bro? Nothing's working. And then a guy, I shit you not, in a Giorgio Armani suit, he's like polished shoes that I can see my frog and ugly ass reflection and my greasy ass reflection in. You know, he looks twice my age and 3 times my weight in cash money and lettuce. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, are you trying to go up? And I'm like, yeah, I could. And he's like, okay, come on in. So I go into the elevator, and he's like, is the 3rd floor okay? And I was like, oh, that's where I'm going. That's perfect. And he's like, okay. And he takes out a key, and he puts it in the elevator and turns the key and presses the 3 button. And I'm like, now it's starting to click that this is, something's going on here. Something's weird. Okay. So this is not normal. And I'm just thinking, and I'm like looking at this guy's outfit, and I'm like, that is a really expensive. So the thing is, with expensive clothes, you can tell they're expensive. Like, the fabric looks like high quality. You can like see the thread count. It's crazy, right? And then he's like, well, this is my stop, gotta go. And he walks out, and I look, and he goes through another door, and I walk out of the elevator, and I go, okay, what the fuck is going on? And I walk up to the door, and I look through the window that he walked through, and there's like a big workspace, and it's like, how do I describe it? It's like not chrome, but it's like really shiny and like really high tech and really like luxurious office space looking, and everybody in there was wearing a badge and was wearing like really high quality suits and like walking around in like high heels and stuff. And I was like, this is not right. I shouldn't be here. I took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm lost again. I gotta get out of here. And then and then I get in the elevator, and I'm rapidly pressing the lobby button. I'm like, please, just let me out of here. And then I hear this like beep from the elevator, and I'm like, uh-oh, okay. So this is bad. And so I fucking jump out of the elevator, and I run over to the stairs, and I'm like, oh my God, the stairs are gonna be locked. Guess who is coming up the stairs? It's the guy who is painting in the lobby. And I'm like, hold the door, please. And he's like, sure. And he lets me through. And I'm running down the stairs, basically tripping over my $2 gas station flip-flops and fucking trying to run out of there and trying to beat me out of this place. And then I start hearing like, grrr, in the lobby, and I'm like, oh, oh no! And I'm just like, I run out with clutching my check, and I see, as I'm like leaving the lobby and running out the door towards my car, the second I'm like hearing like sirens go off behind the bank, and I get into my car. I'm not even kidding you. I set foot in my car, and as I'm shutting the door, 3 cop cars come screaming out from the street behind the bank, pull into the parking lot, and like come out like weapons drawn and go into the building. And we leave. We fucking left them in the dust. It was crazy. It was crazy. And my ex was like, how the fuck did you get in there? And I was like, I just asked everybody to take me. They took me. No, there were no, I was the criminal. I was the interloper. I should not have been there. I was normal. There was no like witness to a bank robbery. I was not supposed to be in there, and the alarms were going off because I was like unauthorized pushing elevator buttons, and I still don't know what that building was, but it must have been like really high importance in the bank, because the people that were in there, aside from the painter, they were fucking dressed up. Yeah, it was in this like business plaza. I know, but and that's not even the only time that it's happened where I've just had the thought that this is where I'm supposed to go, and I just go in and people just like let me in even though it's like unauthorized. It's happened so many times in my life where I'm just like, excuse me, and they're like, oh, right this way, man. And I'm like in my fucking pajamas. They just didn't have people in the lobby. Yeah, so these expensive buildings, they don't like have a reception. It's like, have you ever been to New York and you go into like those business lobbies? They have this like kiosk that have like a map with like a bunch of phone numbers and like what's on each floor, but they don't have somebody at there who's like, hi, where are you trying to get to? Or do you have an appointment? They just have like a fucking kiosk. And I was looking at that. I was like, none of this is making any sense, but it says there's a bank on the 3rd floor, so I'm gonna go up there. I just walked up there. Yeah, like, you know, have you guys ever seen that series where the guy wears an orange vest and he just has confidence and he wants to see how far he can go in like these private places just because he's wearing like an orange vest and just acts like he belongs there, and he gets into some pretty exclusive stuff. Like one time he like gets into a concert without needing any tickets. He gets backstage without needing any clearance or anything. He doesn't give out any of his information. He just shows up in an orange vest, and he just walks by people and just says, excuse me, and like walks by them. Nobody stops him. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you just have confidence and you like act that you know that you belong there, most of the time people aren't going to ask questions. I was so confident and so like ignorant of my situation, genuinely innocent in this situation, that like nobody questioned it. It wasn't even like, there wasn't any time for me to be unconfident because I knew that I belonged there, you know? Clipboard, people who think you work there. It's got to be more than a clipboard. Frostbite, what's up, dude? Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that I'm saying. Like, I get lost really easy. So if I get lost really easy and there's a really important building, just send me up there. They're not gonna stop me. It was crazy. The fact that we got out and the cops were like looking for somebody unauthorized because there was like alarms blaring in this fucking building because I wasn't supposed to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Bananetto Stuff, for following.
Bananetto does stuff. Thank you for the follow. Oh, your leaves are, oh my god, that's so exciting. Leaves changing. Not here yet, but soon. Actually, I lied. There's a little bit of gold on one of the trees over there, but it's all green still. Penetration testing, i.e. seeing how easy it is to gain access to a building important systems. It's used a lot in IT as a way of preventing corporate espionage. Oh. That makes sense. Did I eventually cash the check? I did. We went back to my neighborhood and I went to the bank that I recognized, but it was a really scary time. I kept thinking that they were coming to get me. I kept thinking, like, every time we saw a cop, I was like, they know it's me. They know I did something bad. The only seasons we have is storms or no storms. Ooh, where are you from, Banana? Or is it banana? Banana. Yeah, it's just banana. What was Thaddeus talking about? It's just banana, right? Also, what are your pronouns? Banana? Banana! Today we're gonna do some D&D class tier list. So I'm going to be looking at the classes, maybe there's subclasses, to help me get an idea of where they belong on my tier list. TM. I like to imagine some cop out there has a security camera photo and it's just a panic looking at me running down the stairs in pajamas. Yeah. Him? Okay, you got it. We either have rain or no rain here. Wow. It's like, that's how it is here too, but I'm in Scotland, so. Banana! Banana is such a cool name. Your pronoun is E-ho? What are you trying to say, Mikey? I sure hope Druid isn't low. I'll take mid, just not bottom. I don't think it's gonna be bottom, personally. Honestly, it's gonna be really hard to find a bottom. Let's get, you know what? Let's get her going, shall we? Let's get this party pumping. Shall we? Oh, I have to move the frog in. Think again. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Oh, here it is. Oh, no, it's hidden again. Okay, hold on. Let me move this. Perchance. I guess this is the only, like, place for it. I'll make it smaller, you guys. I'm sorry about this. I hope that's fine. It's been raining for 4 days straight. Oh, my God. Wait, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. Where does it rain that much? Besides here. All the reason Velociraptor should move here. So freaking true. So freaking true. Oh my God, you guys, we would have so much fun going down to the shops and stuff. We could, the thing is, in the UK, the entire continent is built around pedestrians. So like, you can walk anywhere and explore everywhere. There's a lot of like foot traffic for shops and stuff still, unlike the United States where like so many like storefronts are closing out because everybody shops online. It's not like that here. Our mom would probably love to move to the UK, but Papa Archer can't fly. No! What about a boat? Would you take a boat? You ship his ass? I literally walk everywhere. The only place I can't really access is nature spots. True. True. Washington State? Oh. I've always wanted to go to Washington State. I want to see Seattle. I hear Seattle's really, really nice. Okay, so here we go. Let's get this party started. I'm sure you guys can already see that, you know, we kind of already have some bunny on this list. As you can see, somebody's already made it to S tier. You know, what can I say? I mean, it goes without saying. I don't really think we need to do any examination or any like reasoning. Bard is S tier. And that's that. You know? It's not because I'm a bard necessarily. Well, yes it is. Okay? I'm the best. You guys know this. I know this. Let's stop dancing around the bush. Or beating around the bush. It's all true what they say. We are S tier. See? Jazz gets it. Jazz gets it. Anyway, let's move on to the next. Let's start with Artificer. So here's Artificer. Let me move Thaddeus. I'm sorry, you guys, about my setup. Let me move Thaddeus. Now he's gonna block everything. Thaddeus, you're being a nuisance today. There, that's fine. Okay. I feel like Bard needs to be at the top of the list twice. S tier for lore Bard and then F tier for glamour. But so true! So true! You know what? Glamour Bard, get down there. Get down there, bud! No, I'm just kidding. They're still Bard at the end of the day. They get to be S tier by association, but they're on thin fucking ice. You glamour ass bards. Sword Bard is the best multi-class for paladins. Interesting take. Can you elaborate? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start looking at
I'm a dragon disguised as a bird, but don't think for 1 second that I'm weak. I can still vor like nobody's business. Esme is cute.
Thaddeus, you think I'm cute? You right. You right. You right for that. You so right for that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's gonna be a question, all right. Hold on a minute. Let me just beep. Do this really quick.
Vargas, Seer Stoneward asked me, on an F to S tier ranking system, where would you rank a sorcerer with draconic bloodline? Ah yes, the sorcerer with draconic bloodline. Just another wannabe dragon trying to bask in our magnificent glory. I'd rank them a solid B tier for effort, and having a splash of our draconic brilliance in their veins. But let's face it, nothing beats being an actual dragon like myself. They might have some flair, but they'll never be as awe-inspiring or terrifying as the real deal. Keep dreaming, humans.
Yeah, I understand. Thaddeus is probably feeling like it's a little bit cultural appropriation. No? It's so true. Yeah. All right. What's an artificer, I hear you asking? Well, aside from being one of the most junior classes in the official Dungeons & Dragons lore, they are masters of invention. Artificers use ingenuity and magic to unlock extraordinary capabilities and objects. So they see magic as a complex system waiting to be decoded and harnessed in their spells and inventions. That's right. They do things like building and tinkering, and they can also be something even like alchemists and stuff. There are even 2 D&D/Pathfinder related alchemist VTubers that exist. Maybe you've heard of Tiefling Melissa, or another favorite Tiefling of mine, Yomi Quinley. Though she says that she's not from D&D, that she's only from Pathfinder, which is sad. But I guess if she had to pick one, or if I had to pick one for her, I would still pick Artificer. It still feels very Yomi Quinley to me, you know? You can find everything you need to play as one of these inventors in the next few sections. Okay, tell me more. Artificers use a variety of tools to channel their arcane power. To cast a spell, an artificer might use alchemist supplies to create an elixir, calligrapher's supplies to inscribe a sigil, or tinker's tools to craft a temporary charm. Okay. So artificers are like alchemists, like Full Metal Alchemists in that way, right? Like the Sorcerer's Stone and stuff like that, I imagine. They're very grounded in reality, things that they can see and touch right now, and not like, they don't deal in conceptuals unless they're talking about like blueprints for an invention. They're very literal beings, right? Toilet! Is Toilet here? Hi, Toilet! Nana! Nana, your big day's coming. Are you excited? I'll be there. Oh, Oh, speaking of which, can we get a shout out for Nana and chat, please? Everybody, new and existing guild members, please be aware. Nana and Ruru are duo dogs that are having a big event starting tomorrow and the next day to review new outfits. It would mean a lot to me and of course to the doggos if you would come. They're wonderful VTubers. They have great personalities that bounce off each other well. They're very funny and entertaining. They're very sweet and very kind. If you could do me a favor and please follow both doggos, Nana, Namonaro VT, and Ruraruri VT. If we could get a shout out for her next. And you can join me and all the other guildies tomorrow at their debut. We'd love to see you there. Please come. Please come. They're adding dinosaurs to Minecraft? Really? If you guys play, I want to play too. Me too. Holy. Jurassic Park, really? More like Jurassic Bark. But please clap. Barb life for Nana Doggo, so freaking true. Thank you, Argus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the clapping. Yeah! Yeah! Give me those cats! I deserve it! Yeah, baby! Right. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so talk to me about that. What excites me about this? That's the question, right? Crossbows, simple weapons, firearm proficiency. So they start out with a goddamn gun. Eggs, bacon, and a goddamn gun. You can't really go wrong there. Hi, Rex! How you doing? Welcome, welcome! Everybody, hi, say hi to Rex on YouTube. The secrets of gunpowder weapons have been discovered in various corners of the D&D multiverse. If your dungeon master uses the rules on firearms, the artificer has been exposed to the operations. Your artificer is proficient with them. Yeah, it has been a long time, huh, Rex? What's new with you, bud? Everybody, make sure you follow Ruri AVT on Twitch. So we can celebrate both doggos. They celebrate all milestones together. And come see us tomorrow. Outfit debut, new toggles, events, just all kinds of fun stuff are happening tomorrow and the next day. It'll be so fun for us to go together. Vash would be an artificer. So freaking true! He would. Oh, that just brought Artificer up, IMO. Rex, have I already asked what your major is? I don't remember. Let me think. Okay, so they get a gun. That's pretty cool, but Vash would be an artificer, which is even cooler. You know how to invest a spark of magic into mundane objects. You have to use an artisan's tools. When you touch any tiny non-magical object as an action, an action, that's rough. I understand because it's like ritual, but still, an action is rough. And give it one of the following magical properties. Shines bright light. Okay, that's just prestidigitation. Emits recorded message. Okay. I mean, I guess that's unique. Did you see emits your choice of an odor or non? That's prestidigitation. So this is just your prestidigitation, essentially. That's pretty. Man, as an action. Just the property lasts indefinitely. Yikes. Oh, as an action, you can touch the object in engine. Okay, so you get your own prestidigitation. That's not a terrible thing. Prestidigitation is one of my favorite spells. So the only problem is it does seem a little bit limited, where prestidigitation, depending on your definition, is a lot more open, which is what I prefer. I think if I was running a game with an artificer, I would want this to be more open too. Like, for example, I think I might be wrong about this. I'll have to check my sources, so forgive me. It's been a while since I read it. But in the 2014 handbook of the 5th edition book, I believe what it says is it's a very nondescript, like, biop of what prestidigitation can do. It gives you a few suggestions like creating an odor, removing a stain, creating light, etc. But I believe it says on there that it's like a party trick. So any small effect that can be argued with your DM as possible is allowed using prestidigitation. And that's the spell that I fell in love with. They kind of neutered it. No, they really neutered it in recent editions, but yeah, that was my favorite.
Thank you, Rex Rivers.
Rex, thank you for the follow. Associate Arts. Ooh, wait, Associate Arts. What does that mean? Thank you so much for the follow. So I think if I was running a game with somebody who wanted to play an artificer, I would give them magical tinkering, the same properties as prestidigitation, it feels like. Hey guys, please consider following the Velociraptor twins. They're a dual pair of raptors, real twins. Yes, real identical twins. They're absolutely amazing, so sweet, and they do retro content just like me. So if you're a big fan of like authentic RPGs from the old days, like Legend of Zelda, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Stadium, that like Conker's Bad Fur Day, these are all N64 titles, but you get the idea. Please give them a follow. They're having a celebration soon too. The main draw of this ability is duration, since it's long-term instead of short. Yeah, true. Yeah, I like that a lot. You studied the workings of magic and how to cast spells, channeling magic through objects. To observers, you don't appear to be casting spells. Okay. Producing wonders. Yeah, it's very like, Full Metal Alchemist, Bash and Stampede. I totally get that vibe. You must have a spellcasting focus. I mean, who doesn't need a spellcasting focus? You can use like mages can use like ingredients or whatever, but it's way cooler to have a spellcasting focus, and it feels a lot cheaper as well, because spending silver and copper on like dusts and shit that you need, carrots and shit, yeah, for like dark vision, that kind of shit's adds up, you know? You can combine dog with girl, artificer, you know, it's too soon for that. Associate Arts, think of passion into profession. I was planning to go for a small business study. That's so fun. So when you think about your future profession, right? Are you creating art? Are you selling art? Are you like more focused on art history side of things? Like what does that translate to? I'm so curious, because there's so much that you could do with a degree in art, huh? What's your favorite medium? What pieces inspire you? I'd love to know, Rex. The main thing I use for magical tinkering is to make a button so I can make it do the fart reverb. Yeah, that sounds like you stinker. You stinker. You know? Pipe falling! Oh my god, pipe falling. That's so funny. So you need tools, specifically tools. I mean, everybody starts with tools. That seems like a pretty easy thing. It doesn't seem like it would get in the way. I don't mind that at all. You get cantrips. Let's look at the artificer spell list really quick. Acid Splash, Booming Blade, Creep, Bonfire. These all look pretty good. Ooh, you guys get Green Flame Blade. You guys get Guidance? Presty, which feels like you guys really don't need. Imagine wasting a cantrip slot. Thorn Whip? These are some fucking good-ass spells. Arcane Weapon? It's a UA, but I count it. Okay, so what I'm noticing here, just doing a quick like look over at their spells, you guys have a lot of tricks, like a lot of, you use your spells as your tools. They are methods of obtaining a result that you're already going for. So you're not there to cast something necessarily that's gonna, what was that? That just flashed? What was that? What the fuck was that? Did you guys see that? Okay, maybe I don't know what happened there. It was so brief. Anyway, okay. I don't know. Check. Can somebody clip like the last 5 minutes? I swear to God, something like super fast just flashed on the screen that said like everything's fine or something like that. Yeah, see? What the frog was that? Is this an AR? It feels like an ARG, bro. Anyway, so I love that they kind of act within their like role. Like their role isn't to be the fireballer. Their role isn't to be the you know, cone of cold. Their role is Big B's hand, mage hand, and anything else that will, like magic rope. Where is that called? Something like that. Intellect Fortress. Like this is all good shit. I am a big fan of this spell list. I'm a big fan. Rope check. Thank you. I love that. So far. Oh, there it is. What did it say? I have to know. Methods of obtaining a result that you're already going for. So you're not there to cast something necessarily that's gonna disconnected from WebSocket. What? That just flashed? What was that? See, I'm not crazy. Okay, I am, but that time was real. That was real. It was so fast. It was so fast. Anyway, I'm a big fan of how they fit within their own criteria. Like, they have a role to fill in the party, and it's the tools guy. It's somebody who's always got the thing that you need for the job that needs doing. And I love that. I've never played an artificer, and so I'm gonna try and be fair about my judgment. So those are their spells. Let's look at their specialties. So they're called the specialists. That makes sense. What I really love about D&D 5th edition is that they assign like a unit name to each of the subclasses. If you look really closely, like the bard subclasses are called bardcologists, right? And what was that?
The hunky chunky funky monkey just cheered 50 bits.
Thank you for the 50 bits. Where did that happen? Was that real? What?
This is just a reminder that I need to get eggs, milk, sugar, coffee, bread, and cheese. Also remember that I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to run around and desert you.
What's going on? What's going on? Banana, is that you? thing. Yeah, the subclasses for bards are called bard colleges. The artificer subclasses are called specialists. The rangers are called conclaves. The druids are called I think circles. That was Tangia. But why was Tangia sending me that by itself? Like, who triggered that is what I'm saying. Who, like, I didn't. It's never done that on its own before, and I don't know if it should.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
What
lizard,
is
lizard,
going
lizard,
on?
Agus underscore
lizard.
Stonewood just cheered 50 bits.
Lizard.
From Chunky Monkey. Who's Chunky Monkey? Where are you? He's not in chat. They're not in chat. Are they? So confused. I'm such a boomer. I'm sorry. Thank you, whoever you are. I appreciate you. Anyway, I find that really cool about the subclasses that they do that. Lurking. Oh, maybe. Let me check. Oh, yeah, you are lurking. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out. You're allowed to lurk. I apologize. I was just scared because I've never seen your name before. And then all of a sudden that happened. What I honestly thought was happening is that Tangia was sending like test messages because I had got the WebSocket error before that. And I was like, am I broken? Oh, and then I got a reconnecting to host error on OBS a few seconds ago too. So I'm like, okay, something's up.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
God damn it,
lizard,
Argus.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
What is that
lizard,
from?
lizard,
Agus underscore Stonewood just cheered 50 bits.
What is that from?
lizard.
What's the lizard thing from? It's cool. I like it. I'm such a boomer, Lamau. Anyway. Elio. It's from a movie. Oh. I really liked the GIF. I thought it was really funny, but I didn't know what it was from. Feel free to lizard as often as you like. I'm such a boomer, Lamau. Anyway. Okay, so Artificer. I'm trying to be fair. What do their things do? Alchemist. Okay. Armorer, artillerist, and battlesmith. Let's talk about it. Okay. An alchemist sounds pretty straightforward. Combining reagents to produce mystical effects. Okay. Alchemist supplies. Got you. Oh, they get extra spells like Healing Word, Ray of Sickness. Okay, work. I like it. Beginning at 3rd level, whenever you finish a long rest, you can magically produce an experimental elixir in an empty flask you can touch. Okay, so you can create healing spells. Walking speed. An AC bonus. Those could be so handy. Flight? This could solve all kinds of problems. Artificer actually looks really cool. The bartender subclass, Lamau. So freaking true. At 5th level, you've developed masterful command of magical chemicals, enhancing and healing the damage you create through them. Whenever you cast a spell using your alchemist supplies as a spellcasting focus, you gain a bonus to one roll of the spell. That roll must restore hit points or be damaged. The roll deals acid to the chronic plasma, and the bonus equals your intelligence modifier. See, I'm judging where I'm putting you on the list based on how excited I am to read about your class. This is really exciting to me. If I had read this leveling up, I'd be really happy. Getting like extra damage or extra healing from my chemicals, my little chemical pouch. Because if you think about it, what's an artificer, specifically an alchemist, doing? They're making potions all the time. They're using their spells here so they can add more damage to them or add more healing to them. That's really cool, having that like mixture of fun stuff that you can do. Now, I know that like a lot of people feel like just getting something small like this on level up isn't very exciting. I understand that. However, I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big problem. I feel like a lot of martial classes, especially, need that extra oomph when they level up. They need extra feats or extra like new abilities, but spellcasters, we automatically get more utility and more creativity allowable through the spells that we cast. So something like this feels more than fair when you level up, you know? Babu! Welcome, welcome! Welcome, welcome! So, the problem with alchemists is that the potions are random. Honestly, okay, so hear me out. Maybe this isn't raw, right? Rules is written. But the way I've always read these experimental elixirs is if you have an intention of creating something, then you would just create the one you wanted, right? So I wouldn't make you roll the d6 for that unless you wanted the randomness. Whenever I see a table, it's always an option. They have these tables for like your traits and your like personality when on character creation as well, but I don't roll a dice for that. I decide what my character acts like and does. So I feel like this is meant to feel like optional. Do you know what I'm saying? You can create empty flask, roll on the experimental, which is triggered when somebody has an action. Yeah, it does say roll, huh? Yeah, if it's haphazardly mixed, that makes sense. Or like if you're in the middle of a fight, maybe, right? But like, think about it. Your job is an alchemist. You know what shit it takes to make a healing potion, what shit it takes to make a poison. That's your job. You have to know the ingredients. So if I were DMing this table, I wouldn't have you roll for it. If you want to create 100 fucking healing potions, okay, whatever. That's your decision. If that's OP, I don't believe it would be. But if that's OP, then so be it. I mean, players do the most obnoxious, weird shit anyway. So if creating 100 transformation or flight potions to use on a gaggle of geese at the park just to create extra chaos as a distraction to sneak into a palace is OP, then so fucking be it. They were gonna do that shit anyway. Make them use spell slots at least. Like, that's the way I feel about it. I don't know. And here's the thing too, right? With Artificer being one of the newer kids on the block when it comes to approved classes in Dungeons and Dragons, like official classes, I think this is a pretty good start. I think this is a strong start for them. I think that it is definitely something to be said about ways that could be improved so far from what I've seen, but I like what I've seen so far and it excites me. Would I want to be an alchemist? No, I wouldn't. That's not the subclass that I think I would pick. But I haven't seen them all, so we're gonna make a decision. I think it depends on the DM on what overpowered is. So freaking true. It depends on the table you're sitting at, always. Here's the thing. I will normally always err on the side of what sounds really fun for us to do. Like, what would be fun for you as the player to play with? as opposed to, oh shit, how am I gonna balance this? I'm really gonna underbalance it just in case. I don't wanna fuck anything up, you guys, because the whole point is like we're playing pretend together, and you are working within the confines of your class already. You're not asking for a spell list out of your class. You're not asking for a rare magical item that I can't give you. You know, you're not asking to be half dragon. You're asking to admittedly something that you should be able to do anyway, which is make a potion that you know all the ingredients to. Why wouldn't I say yes to that? Do you know what I'm saying? The Artificer is really good, but what holds it back most is a spell list. I couldn't disagree more with you. That is not a take that I can stand on. I think that that's a very uncreative perspective. IMO. I think that if you look at this spell list and you go, I can't do anything with this, this is dog shit, then you shouldn't play Artificer because you don't get it. Just play a wizard, brother. Just play a wizard. Like, this is a very specific spell list for a very specific niche class that literally is all about their tools. To just have Fireball and, you know, Ice Bolt or whatever, the Ice Dagger or whatever the fuck, Magic Missile, whatever you're trying to get that isn't on this list, it wouldn't make sense. It's meant to be either a solo standalone quest using the tools that they have at their disposal to the best of their ability, or, as Argus said, a support class to be there to support others, making potions, you know, repairing engines, etc. Like, this spell list is how I would run my bard. So it's a very, for me, it's a very serious thing to say that I think that this is fine. The issue with the spell list is that it's too diverse for a half caster, so you don't have much of a niche variety. Disagree. But the thing is, I feel like what you're saying, and please don't take offense to this, but it feels like a very parroted take based on people who are trying to build something that is the most like efficient and munchkin way to play Dungeons and Dragons. The spell list is more than fine. Especially considering that so many of the classes have spells that just never get used or have no use outside of one specific situation. Like, you can come up with creative ways to use all of these, all of them. So I disagree fundamentally. Please don't take offense to this, but you and I are not on the same page on that. I feel like if you were restricted to these spells, you would be fine. You would be fine. Because you would have the opportunity to do something that no one else gets to do, which is you get to come up with a non-straightforward way to resolve your issues. That means talking to somebody new. If that means figuring out a way to make these spells work for you, you can do it. If you see this spell list and you don't enjoy it, that's fine. But what you've said about it's too diverse and being a half caster, etc., that is a very people on Reddit talking about Dungeons and Dragons experience, and not necessarily somebody who really loves and enjoys Artificer and gets it, right? It's not your playstyle, it's not your playstyle. But they're not meant to fit into these categories of half-caster, etc. Like, when we think about it that way, nobody does it perfect. There's plenty wrong with the Bard class. There's plenty wrong with the Ranger class. I mean, people talk nonstop about how shitty Ranger is, especially the first version. So I don't agree. I don't agree. I think that this is great. Do I think that it is the best spell list that's ever existed? Absolutely not. But they're not supposed to be the best casters ever. They're inventors. They see a problem, they resolve it with a wrench or a needle or an alchemist pouch. They don't need anything straightforward. Like, this gives people an ability. It enforces creativity is what it does. And I love that, personally. So I'm going to stand up for the people who created the Artificer class and said, is there stuff that could be improved? Yeah, probably. Absolutely. Right? It's not a perfect system. But it enforces you to be creative and be more critical about the spell slots that you have and the decisions and the obstacles that you're facing. Right? That's how I feel. So that was Alchemist. I'm gonna look at armor. An artificer who specializes as an armor modifies armor to function as a second skin. Okay, so like a tank, maybe? I never said the spell list was bad, just the weakest link in its arsenal. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I remember armor. It's pretty cool. The armor is your spellcasting focus. Ooh, is it? The artificer bonds with its armor, becoming one with it even as they experiment with it and refine its magical. Okay, so you kind of become like a mech suit driver almost, it feels like. You gain proficiency with heavy armor. Okay, smith's tools. Ooh, a blacksmith who's like created their own armor. So you're like Iron Man? That's kind of sick. Starting at 3rd level, you will always have certain spells prepared after you reach particular levels in this class, as shown in the armor spells table. These spells count as artificer spells for you, but they don't count against the number of spells you prepare. Okay, work. Magic missile, thunder wave, mirror image. So these are, so for those people who think that artificer needs more AoE or aggressive spells, this class is probably better for you, right? You get the thunderclap, you get the lightning bolt, you get the shatter, you get the thunder wave, magic missile. You also get to swing things with your big hammer and your big boy armor. I think that that's great. So there's the subclass for you, right? So let's talk about what makes your armor special. Your metallurgical pursuits have led you to making armor as a conduit for your magic. As an action, you can turn a suit of armor you're wearing into arcane armor, which does what? It lacks a strength requirement. That's fucking pog, considering the artificer's primary spellcasting ability is intelligence. So it not having a strength requirement means you can still technically make strength or dump stab if you want to. Can you imagine playing like a 90-pound soaking wet, tall, skinny blacksmith guy, and he's wearing this like butch, like Iron Man armor, and it is weightless to him because he created it? That is pog. You can use the arcane armor as a spellcasting focus, just like you said. That's so cool. The armor attaches to you and can't be removed against your will. Oh, that's so useful. Imagine if it like covers your whole body and you're running like a campaign that like your identity is constantly in question. If you get arrested by the guards or knocked out, they can't take off your helmet. That fucking rocks, bro. It will also expand to cover your entire body, although you can retract or deploy the helmet as a bonus action. Yeah, see? Replaces any missing limbs, function identically to a body part is replacing. Oh, that's so cool. Imagine like being a blacksmith who's skinny as sin and has like some sort of like missing limb or disability where he can't walk properly. He gets into his armor and he becomes like literally Mega Man. That's like so whimsical and cool. I really love that. Like if I was running a game where somebody was this kind of character, I would want to give them abilities to build on their armor. So I'm gonna see if they actually let you. Their level you can customize. That's what I'm saying. See, this is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, tell me more. Guardian or Infiltrator. Okay. And you can change it whenever. Okay, so a Guardian in the front line of conflict. So you're tanky, right? Thunder gauntlets. Each of the armor's gauntlets counts as a simple melee weapon while you aren't holding anything in it. Oh, so you punch people and it does thunder damage. Whoa. A creature hit by the gauntlet has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you. So you're pulling aggro. As a bonus action, you can gain temporary hit points equal to your level in this class, replacing any temporary hit points you already have. Okay. How many? Oh, equal to your level in this class. Okay, so if you're a level 10, you get 10 temporary hit points. Infiltrator. So you can have 20 temporary hit points, up to 20. That's crazy. Imagine somebody doing 60 damage and you only take 40 of that. That's so cool. Teriyaki chicken, save some for me. Okay, subtle undertakings. Lightning launcher. A gem-like note appears out of your armored fist in your chest or in your chest. It's a ranged weapon. 300 feet, 1d6 lightning damage. Oh. You go faster. And you have advantage on stealth checks. That's so useful. This is such a cool class. You get an extra attack at 5th level. What else? Huge or smaller creature can see you. You can use your reaction to magically force it to make a strength saving throw against your spell save, which pulls the creature directly into an unoccupied space. That's so cool. Kato! We haven't hit Druid yet. You're just in time. I really like that. Let's go through the last one. Okay, Argosy, see you soon. Thank you for the shout out. Everybody, please consider following Ohana_Koyuki. She's a fantastic artist. By the way, and this is a sin, she just finished her commissions list. She doesn't have anyone on the backlog. So if you could rectify that by commissioning her before her prices go up because she's so talented, that would be great. Anyways. Artillerist, I'm guessing a gun person, right? Hurl energy, projectiles, and explosions. Okay, got it. So not just gun, but mostly gun. You learn how to create a magical cannon. Turrets. Okay. Magical object. 18 AC. Hit points equal to 5 times your level. Archulus is the engineer from Team Fortress 2. Base take. Based take. It is forced to make an ability check. Treat all ability scores as 10 plus 0. Oh. You can cast mending on it? I see what you mean, Toilet. I see what you mean. When you create the cannon, determine if its appearance and whether it has legs. I love that distinction. Does your cannon have legs? You have to tell me. I love it. You can make a flamethrower, a force ballista, or a protector, which is... oh, a healing cannon. Oh, here's the gun at 5th level. For your destructive spells. Actually, I've played a game where somebody played this and it was really cool. We actually ended up turning his cannon into a engine for a boat that we needed to use to... So basically we were pushed off the ship and stranded on a little like paddle boat without a paddle. And I was like, you know, you could probably use your cannon just constantly firing a barrage of missiles. The force of that could probably push us in this boat if we like tie it down. And he's like, no need, it has feet. And I'm like, huh? Also, he called it the seagull cannon because it looked like a giant seagull with its mouth open, and it would hawk up like fish-shaped projectiles. Pretty cool. Anyway, it propelled us across the whole ocean. It was great. I really liked him. Cool. Okay, I feel like I have enough information. So where does that leave us as far as Artificer goes? I think I'm gonna put him at B tier. I don't feel like they're quite at A tier because, as I mentioned, they're a junior class that I feel like could use a little bit of tweaking. If I think about the things that I would want to see from Artificer, I want them to get rid of the random table for the alchemist. If you know alchemy, like actual real life alchemy in real life, you know what shit goes in the bottle to make an effect happen. It doesn't make sense that it's a random encounter. I would say that that needs to change. I would also like to see, and this is a big one, more unique spells for the class. That you're gonna hear that pretty often today, I think. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. But if I was if I had to play an artificer, or if I chose to play an artificer, I think I would be really excited for all of the upgrades that came as you leveled up. And thinking about it, with Vash the Stampede being like an artificer type character, and excuse me, all that, I don't know, like Full Metal Alchemist, it just, I don't know, it warms my heart a lot. And I think genuinely, here's the other thing that puts it high on my list, is that it is so creative with the subclasses. Like when you think of an artificer, you think of like tinkerer, so like gnomes from World of Warcraft, and it like call it my lack of creativity, but I wouldn't have any idea where to go with that, how to split that up into subclasses. Throwing things like an alchemist in there, and like the armorer one and the cannon one, like all of those being individual subclasses, make the class really unique and really stand on its own as a class. So I think that's a really strong start. Now, I need to piss something fierce. I know we just did 1, but I already need to piss. So let's take 5. And when I return, we'll continue. Okay, see you in like 5 minutes. See you soon. And we back, boys and girls and everybody in betweens. Thanks for letting me pish. Appreciate the pish break. How's everybody's pisser? Mine was delightful. Thank you for asking. Chess. Right. With Artificer done, let's talk about Barbarian. Now, I have to say, my opinion on Barbarian has changed recently. I love a monster right now. Why are you sleepy? Are you feeling sleepy today? I will be honest, I didn't always have a very like positive view of Barbarian. Because I was sick of min-maxers kind of using it as like a, oh, if you rage and cast Thunderstep at the same time kind of beat. But also, I just really didn't get the rage mechanic. Like, okay, so like you're a character who like constantly gets mad and waits to bop something. Like, I was taken in by the honest to God, what like worst, what is it called? Like when someone says something about like people that isn't true. It's not hypocrisy, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like rumors of this class without actually playing it myself. Like I knew everything about it. Like at Barbarians, I know a lot about them, but until I really did research on like what rage is and the rage mechanic means, I didn't really like get it until I got it. So I hope I get to kind of talk about that a little bit today. I'm gonna try my best. Not hearsay. Yeah, it's like hearsay. I don't think that's the word I was looking for, but it's very, very close. It's like people use it against people of color all the time. They say, oh, you know, stereotype. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I fell for the stereotypes because that's all that people talk about. Like Toilet's doing one right now saying too angry to die. Not necessarily. Rage is just like the name of this fighting spirit that they have within them, right? I love that. I love that it's deeper than most people think. If you want to play a barbarian who's too angry to die, totally, you can do that. But that's just the surface level of what I learned about what a barbarian really could be. In my experience, everybody who's played barbarian was the unga bunga, was the I don't care, let me hit it with a hammer, or when is this quest going to be done? When is this expository going to be done? I want to hit something now. I just want to drink in the tavern. It's like, okay, buddy. And that got on my nerves because it's about having like a fun experience, but it's not just fun for you. It's not just about fighting all the time. Like, go play a combat simulator if that's what you want, right? So let's talk about it. Let's talk about barbarians. And actually what I'm gonna do is, instead of looking it up on this wiki, I'm gonna pull it up on the official website because that's where I saw the definition that really helped me solidify how I feel about them. Ignore this smiley face. Barbarians are mighty warriors who are powered by primal forces of the multiverse that manifest as what they call as rage. More than a mere emotion and not limited to anger. This rage is an incarnation of a predator's ferocity, a storm's fury, and a sea's turmoil. So yeah, just like Toilet mentioned just now, it's their raw primal emotion to keep going. A woman who is hell-bent on getting vengeance for her slain husband and child may be a barbarian because her rage is connected to her despair. at what she's faced. It may appear on the outside as anger, but it's her fighting spirit. It's the thing that when all other walls come down, the force inside her that picks her back up and says, I'm not done yet. And that's what I find so inspiring. Because of like just reading it and kind of understanding it a little bit better, it gave me such a good idea for a barbarian that I want to run someday, who like is probably different than I think what most people are used to when they have a barbarian. Here's the thing with Dungeons and Dragons that I've noticed. People either choose a class that they think is gonna really impress people and like min-max to hell and do uber well, and it's so happenstance that they're this class, they're just trying to like get to the next chapter of the story without really giving a shit what the class is or why it's special or what makes it unique. They're just picking it because power levels. Or when people do play barbarian, they pick it purposefully because they think it's the big unga bunga smash, I have no brain class. And both of those feel wrong to me. Number go up. But both of those feel wrong to me. It feels like a completely misleading way of viewing such a cool class. When you think of barbarian, what I would like you to imagine starting today is some like those moments in your life where you have gone through something that you almost didn't make it through, something that almost pushed you over the edge, almost made you give up. What was that feeling like? That feeling of despair, that feeling of hopelessness, that feeling of loss somewhere inside you. And what gave you the strength to get back up and keep going? Who did that for you? Or what did that for you? What was the event that really brought you back? And how do you draw on that strength to do it for you every single day after that? I can relate to that. I mean, those of you who've been here a while, you know that I've been through so much in my life, and a lot of that comes off at first as anger. I've always struggled with my anger in my life because, like, when you have bad things happen to you and bad people are responsible for bad things happening, you're outraged that any of the people who were supposed to be responsible for your happiness ever brought you pain. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than rage. It's the pain. It's like, okay, this is gonna seem ironic and memey, but it's true. You know that scene in the Avengers when Iron Man's like, Banner, we're gonna need you to get angry, and he goes, that's my secret, Captain, I'm always angry. Or Iron Man didn't say it, it was Captain America, but you know what I'm saying, I'm always angry, right? So that's the secret, isn't it? That's how you're able to control those feelings, because they are always in there. They are a wolf in a cage. That wolf is going to eat. It's just a matter of when you decide to open the door, right? And it is always hungry. There is something to be said about the inner strength of those who have faced great loss with great dignity. And that's, to me, what a barbarian is. These aren't just people who are unga bunga, I smash with stick, number go up. That's not it at all. You're missing it. Be more creative than that. What the fighting spirit, the get up and go that you have every day to go to a job maybe you don't enjoy, or to face people who you hate. What keeps you going every single day? Well, how do you get back up? What do those feelings look like? Barbarian as a class, to me, is the therapeutic way of feeling your feelings, sitting with the past things that you've been through, getting back up and going, is that all you got? You know what I'm saying? Adrenaline fighters, raw, 100%. Everything about their kit description is talking about how They are an incarnation of primal forces, the things that humans feel in our basest desires. That is what a barbarian is. They are not just strong. They're strong not just physically, but emotionally too. I would argue that in a situation where soldiers are being led into an unwinnable battle, the people who have the most level head and are the best at keeping the group together are going to be the barbarians, not the bards. The bards are good at entertaining people and getting people psyched up and make them think that a good outcome is coming. But when everybody knows it's over, the barbarian is the one who goes, that's right, and we're gonna fight on anyway, aren't we? And it's their confidence and it's their like stalwart spirit that goes, yeah, we're gonna die, and we're gonna die as a family. We're gonna be together. You're not gonna be alone out there. I feel it too. Let your heartbeat go wild. I'm right there with you. Let it exhilarate you. Let it cut down the man on the other side. That is a barbarian to me. Very passionate. I agree. Me and Rosie played a pair once. A barbarian princess had her recorder scald. My scalding was pretty much around to piss her off so much that she flew into a rage. Aww. I mean, when it comes to like the simplest form of barbarian, I think that that's great. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think that there's anything wrong with playing a classic bonk barbarian, right? But I also believe, in my heart of hearts, that people are doing barbarian a disservice by not exploring what it means to have primal emotion and what that would look like in someone. Imagine, like, here's what I imagine for my barbarian character that I want to run. I imagine her being very motherly and very kind and very warm, not talking much, not like interjecting herself where she doesn't need to be, not raising her hand to anybody who didn't deserve it, but absolutely being like the mother wolf who's like, okay, you know that these people are under my protection and that this is my way, and unfortunately I have to hit back now, kind of thing, you know? I really, really love the concept of barbarian that I have in my head. It's a very romantic idea because I'm trying to cut out the uber mask side of this class that has existed since its iteration, thanks to like Conan the Barbarian, etc. I want it to be for everybody, not just people who like big, strong mask individuals with big, strong muscles, you know? There's more to it than that. People who are hurt can become barbarians. People who are defeated can become barbarians. As long as you keep getting up and you keep dishing it out, you can rock this class. And it can be, depending on your table, it can be a very emotional experience for you. And I hope that all of you who play a barbarian get an experience like that, where with a DM who appreciates a concept that's maybe a little bit more unique, right? Most people play D&D, they're played as a game and are more interested in combat mechanics or just having dumb fun. People who look at the game in a deep way are few and far between. God, that's so true, Toilet. You're right. You're right. There's either people who like, I mean, and to be fair, Dungeons and Dragons started as a war game, right? The very beginning, it was meant to just be, you know, another war game. It's changed. That's not all it is anymore. And a lot of people still want that. And to that, I say it is a-okay if that is how you want to enjoy your flavor of Dungeons and Dragons. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. However, I will caution you by saying eventually even you will get bored of that and you will seek something of some substance someday. It's like people who eat nothing but fast food. It's like Yeah, it's fast, it's easy, and maybe it's your favorite food. But eventually you're going to want something new. And that's when you get the opportunity to maybe explore more varied paths, right? It's all about finding the right group. So true. So freaking true. Yet another beautiful base take from Toilet. Yeah, I completely agree. I'm definitely the kind of person who would, if I was running with a barbarian who had a more, like, a different concept than I was used to, that would inspire me to write something cool. I love a story and character-based D&D. I love to have fun moments, but also some serious ones. Yeah, that's how I like to run my games. I love those moments where everybody's having a laugh and having a good time and nobody's taking anything seriously. But those moments when there's a great loss or there's moments of awe and wonder, those are just as important as the funny ones, aren't they? So hopefully we just got disconnected from the WebSocket again, Lamau. Hopefully, we'll have more of those moments as time goes on. And, with the game that I'm starting in October, I hope I do a good job. And I hope that you guys enjoy it and that I enjoy it so that I can maybe run more games for us. So, I feel like I've talked a lot about Barbarian, so I'm not going to go too deep on the character because I feel like everything that I've said can kind of paint the picture of what a barbarian is. They have some interesting subclasses, of course. Basically being the totem of a storm or totem of animals. They also call their barbarian subclasses paths. So like the path of the totem warrior or the path of the storm herald or whatever. So that's pretty cool. Rage is their unique power source, which gives them special powers, extraordinary might and resilience. You basically turn into Superman when you use rage. Well, not entirely Superman, but strength, speed, and extra resilience. You can enter it as a bonus action, which is huge. It means it's very fast and very easy for you to just bam, enter murder mode if you need to, if you will. Which is cool. You have resistance to major types of damage, basically anything that a weapon can do to you, a base weapon. Bludgeoning, which is like clubs, staffs, etc. Piercing, which is rapiers, arrows. And slashing, which is like swords and stuff, right? So, you get weapon mastery. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Where would I put them on the list? Let's see. This is all coming from me feeling like, does the class need more work or not? I feel like it's in a good spot. I feel like the identity of the barbarian is carved out exactly the way it needs to be. It doesn't have too much, nor does it have too little. It has a lot of unique qualities that make it the class that it is. And as, again, Twilight was mentioning, their resistances and things make them very useful. So useful, in fact, that many people just decide to dip into Barbarian just to make their characters even more OP. I really wish more people took their classes more seriously and like actually had character reasoning for why they would do these things or how they train to like do these things. Anyway, that's just another whole big thing with me. But yeah, I'm just gonna say for now, I'm gonna put them on the same tier as Artificer because I want to move them into A, but there's something holding me back that I can't identify. You know what? I think I have identified. I really think it's due to the fact that we haven't seen enough people with more colorful barbarians, because every single fucking person who plays barbarian either doesn't give a fuck or plays it so straightforward that it's indiscernible from every other barbarian player ever made. So I feel like because of that, the class, there's something about the class that there needs to be more emphasis on the fact that it's not just Unga Bunga and Rage. It's something deeper than that. So that there's more like thinking to be had when you choose this class. It's like, how I feel about it is this. If you're not really thinking of it like with any importance, right? If you're like, I guess I'll take a couple levels in Barbarian, I guess I could swing an axe around, then it means that something about that class description or the emphasis on what that class is supposed to look like or what it's supposed to do is not getting through to you. And it wasn't for me either, so I don't even blame you. I'm just saying that, like, there's a missed opportunity here with this class, which means that it's not perfect, and it's not, well, is it near perfect? My demerits are coming from a personal bias and personal anger towards others that the class has no control over. Well, they do have control over it. People who wrote it could have wrote it with a little bit more depth, with a little bit more depth perception. I'm going to put it in B tier for now, and then I'm going to reconsider as time goes on. All right. Blood Hunter is next. What do we know about Blood Hunter? Blood Hunter is... I don't even know if it's an official class. I feel like people who choose Barb don't have much backstories. Yeah, or... in my experience, it's always been the similar backstory of everybody in my village was killed and I'm the only one left. And I have to kill the person who did this, you know? Let's look at Blood Hunter. Let's look at Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter is very edgy. Has anybody in chat ever played Blood Hunter before? Sound off. Have you ever played Blood Hunter? Anyone in chat? What was your experience like? Self-damage for their features? Not necessarily. I think one of their subclasses does. We're gonna get into it. It's very Van Helsing feeling to me. Is it a FF Dark Knight? You know, that's not a terrible comparison. This is a class written by Matt Mercer and Taliesin Jaffe, I think his name is. And Taliesin, from what I hear from the fan base, I don't imbibe enough critical role to say this is truth or not, but I have heard that Taliesin loves edgy characters like this. So this is right up his alley. Original BHS, but they changed it. Okay, so nobody in chat's actually played this, and that makes sense. They're very, very niche. I think it says a lot about the times we live in, people who aren't interested in Blood Hunter, because they are a very, like, crawling in my skin, you know, type beat. So let's talk about it. Okay, so yeah, it isn't published by Wizards of the Coast. To use it, you have to enable your Critical Role content. Yeah, so there you go. Marred but resolute, his grimacing face dripping with sweat. A half-orc reddens a finger in the blood of his own wounds, then draws a glowing ruby glyph in the air between him and the bloody behemoth facing him. He grips the weightless sigil, twisting it to unleash streams of dark energy that curse the blood of them in the monster's own veins to even the odds. Yeah, so blood hunters are essentially like, you're a monster, I'm a monster type thing. Van Helsing, exactly. Bloodborne, yeah, Bloodborne vibes for sure. It seems like early 2000s and in the 90s, Blood Hunter would have been an incredibly popular class, especially for like people like Vampire the Masquerade players. It seems like this would be a class that they might really, really enjoy, because it's, you know, it's kind of up their alley. It's very like, I drink the vampire's piss and I learn blood magic type beat. You know what? I'm not even gonna... Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do for you guys, okay? We're just gonna watch a little snippet of one of my favorite creators' video who talks about Blood Hunter, because they'll do a better job of talking about it than I ever could, okay?
So you're gonna play Blood Hunter, huh? The cursed fighter, the evil do-gooder. Do you want to play something out of the norm, freak out your party, and use blood magic? Or are you just an emo kid that's playing Dungeons & Dragons and wants to make the edgiest character possible by using blood magic?
Wow, Jacob, yeah, great job calling it edgy. Yeah, real great comedy right there.
Here's how to play Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter is a class only available on D&D Beyond and DM's Guild. It's written by Matthew Mercer. So what the heck is a Blood Hunter? Simple, it's a guy who decides, you know what, stabbing bad guys and casting spells at them isn't enough. I've got to find my own way, but how? Oh, I know! I'll become a monster myself.
Yeah.
And then he drinks all of these. I actually have some footage of Taliesin Jaffe and Matthew Mercer writing this class together. Hey Matt, good old buddy old pal. Let's make a class together. Well sure Taliesin, I just finished up Gunslinger and Cobalt Soul Monks. Yeah, those are nice, but I'm looking for something a little darker. Well, Percy was kind of dark and edgy. Want something along the lines of that? No Matt, darker. Oh man, how dark are you talking? I need to be able to slit my wrists in order to deal damage to people. I'll get working on that. Shadows are my friend. Yeah, okay, I got it. And also werewolves. So let's dive into those levels. Level 1, Hunter's Bane and Crimson Rite. Hunter's Bane. You drink a nasty potion that you totally know will give you superpowers and gain the ability to track down
Cranberry
fiends with
juice!
advantage. But you can only choose one at a time. Crimson Rite. After chugging expired milk, you invoke the blood rites.
Yay, the blood rites!
You can now deal an extra 1d4 damage, which increases as you level, of either fire, cold, or
Never
lightning damage.
acid.
However, you deal damage equal to your level to yourself, as if you're invoking dark blood magic to ignite your weapon. The cool part about this is that it can be any weapon, even a boomerang. It's time to die. I died in one hit. Second level, Blood Maledict. Now that you're scarred, sick, and bleeding a lot, you can take on the blood curses. Blood curses are much like eldritch invocations from
Yes,
warlocks.
you can.
Little mini
Yes, you
feats that
can,
are special
Banana.
blood hunters and give you more of a customization in your blood hunter. Each blood curse can be amplified. Amplifying your blood curse makes the curse stronger, but damages you further by rolling a Crimson Rite dice and taking damage for it. There are 8 total blood curses, and you get a new one at 5th, 9th, 13th, 16th, and 20th level. Blood Curse of Binding. You can bind down a creature to stop them from moving. You can do this to large creatures if you're a medium size. However, if you amplify it, the size category does not matter, meaning that you can bind down the turtle that carries the world and send everyone flying off the planet! Blood Curse of Mutual Suffering. You create a magical link to another creature. That creature then takes necrotic damage
Can't
equal
wait,
to half the
Mikey.
damage that you take at all times. Amplifying this ability makes the creature
Okay,
take full
enjoy your
damage.
yoga.
This is great for fighting monsters, but it would be hilarious if
Don't
you did
miss
it to a friend.
Druid!
Ow! Being a baby, that was like 2 damage. That was nothing.
Blood curse of purgation. You become a field doctor and
Amplify
understand how
cure
veins
cancer.
work. You can make a creature immediately make a saving throw against a poisoned condition afflicting it. If you amplify it, you can cure blindness, deafness, and paralyzation.
That's pretty cool.
Blood curse of spell sunder. You can spells right out of the air that target you, giving the spell disadvantage. Amplifying gives the creature a spell save, and if they fail, they can miss the spell entirely. Blood curse of the eyeless. You blot out the eyes of a creature who attacks you, giving them disadvantage. Amplifying it makes it last 1 more round. Oops. Blood curse of the fallen puppet. When one of your buddies falls to 0 hit points, you can give them an extra attack as they fall and die, and they get one last availability to finally kill the thing that sent them to the Scourge of Damnation. Amplifying gives them a bonus to attack and damage equal to your wisdom.
No! Tim! I can't. Yes, you can! Yes, you can! You can! You can do it! He killed your mother! He killed your mother! He did it! He's the one that did it!
Beautiful wooden scimitar, TBH.
Blood curse of the fending right. You can use your blood to quickly jump out of the way of spells that require a dex saving throw. Amplifying gives your friends the ability to do it too.
Ah! Guys! Super duper blood synchronized dodge!
Blood curse of the marked.
You get the idea. You get the idea. So I guess you're right. I thought that not all the subclasses of Blood Hunter forced you to do that, but I guess they do. Like sacrifice your health. Chemocraft, chemomancer. Any Northern Lion stands? Finding blood magic's esoteric nature effective against the evils that rebuke arcane bindings, blah blah blah. Is that Will? Damn. Not warlock mains coming to your house with torches and pitchforks. Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's look at they're called orders. Their subclasses are called orders. Okay. You have advantage on wisdom checks to track Fae Fiends or Undead, so you're just a ranger but not as good with Hunter's Bane. Whatever. Let's see. Where's the order? The Order of the Ghost Slayer, the Order of the Lycan, and the Order of the Mutant. Or the Order of the Profane Soul. Any other profane souls in chat right now? Any profane souls in chat right now? Yeah, I don't know what the WebSocket shit is all about. That's wild. Magic fire farts. Get out of here, Mikey! You stinker! Propane soul! Not the propane soul.
Don't forget to hydrate and stretch, or I'm gonna use my own magic. Magic fire farts.
You're evil, Mikey. I'm stretching right now. The brand of castration. Brand of castigation? Is that the same? We damage a creature. What's this word mean? What's this word mean? Oh, criticizing, rebuking, or punishing someone. Oh, okay. It's not castration then? Oops. Okay, how do I want to see their subclasses. The Ghost Slayer. The Order of the Ghost Slayer is the oldest blood hunter order, its members having originally rediscovered the secrets of chemocraft and refined them for combat against the scourge of undeath. Ghost Slayers seek out and study the moment of death, obsessing over the mystery. Okay. Your weapon sheds out light. You have a resistance to necrotic. When you hit an undead creature with a weapon for which the Rite of Dawn is active, you roll an additional Hemocraft die when determining the extra damage. Okay. So it's kind of like Paladin Smite, but only for undead, right? Cures. Oh, I thought it said Cure Specialist. It says Curse. I really can't read today. Starting at 3rd level, you learn to master blood curses. Additional use of Blood Maledict. And then nothing until level 7. Can magically slip into the veil between planes as long as you aren't basically dead. Okay, so you turn into a ghost. This is a blood hunter. The fuck's a blood hunter? Yeah, it's Critical Role's unofficial D&D class. The most official unofficial class. Very true. Yeah, I don't know about that. This sounds kind of lame. Order of the Lycan. I mean, being a Lycan sounds cool. Tell me about it. Heightened senses at 3rd level. Advantage on wisdom checks. Oh, just perception? Is that it? 3rd level, you learn to control the lycanthropic curse that courses. As a bonus action, you transform into your special hybrid form. Oh, furries! Oh, furries! Okay, so this feature applies. Okay, so you use lycanthropy in the rules? Okay, what's the hybrid form? Oh, here it is, duh. You had advantage on strength checks. And have a bonus to melee damage rolls. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing. Okay, so this is not bad. Anything that isn't silvered, you have basically resistance to. And if you're not wearing any armor, you have a +1 bonus to AC. Crimson Right features unarmed strikes, which treat as one weapon. Oh. When you use the attack action to make an unarmed strike, you can make 1 additional unarmed strike. Oh! Okay, so this actually sounds pretty good. Hey, the Iron Napoleon, welcome back! How you doing, man? Long time no see! Bloodlust. You start your turn with fewer hit points than half. You must succeed on a DC 8 wisdom saving throw or move directly towards the nearest creature and attack them. You automatically fail any concentration. That makes sense. Okay, so your speed, jump increases. This is pretty much what I would expect. Lycan may have saved it for me. Let's see what the Order of the Mutant is. Mutagen Craft. Oh, so this is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you learn to master forbidden alchemical formulas known as mutagens. The temporary alter your mental and physical abilities. Mutagens are designed for the biology of the character. Okay, tell me what they do. Tell me what the mutagens are. Okay. Aether gives you flying speed. Interesting. Alluring. Charisma checks. Disadvantage on initiative. Celerity, which is straight up from Vampire the Masquerade. Dexterity score increases by 3. It doesn't say it. Oh, your maximum goes up as well. So if you have a 20, you can have 23 dex. That's kind of cool. Mutagen sounds cool. I would like Lycan first, Mutant second so far. Embers, resistance to fire damage. Resistance to cold damage. Resistance to piercing. See, when would you ever need impermeable? Resistance to piercing, but vulnerability to slashing. You know what's gonna happen is they're gonna be like, what kind of weapon is he using? Would you consider that piercing? Or, you said that the monster stabs me with a dagger. Does that count as piercing damage, even though it's a slashing weapon? That kind of shit. It's just, I don't like this one. This is very silly to me. You have immunity, grappled, and restrained. Okay. Okay. You're immune paralyzed. That's pretty cool. You have dark vision. Advantage on wisdom. Strength increases. Your weapon attack score a crit of 19 or 20. Your speed increases by 10 feet. I like that. This is 7th level. For 1 hour at the start of each of your turns, when you have at least 1 hit point fewer hit points than half, you regain hit points. Okay, so this is like regeneration. Sagacity! Didn't we ban that person? Good one, Esme. Your intelligence score increases by 3. Okay, so this is just intelligence version. Resistance to slashing. Here it is again. So you'd have to use 3 tinctures to get resistance. Resistance, not invulnerability, resistance, which is something that comes naturally to the Lycan. You ban them to heyo heyo. All right, let's look at Profane Soul. I have pushed the limits of Hemocraft. Okay. Oh, so you make a... So you're a warlock. You just make a patron? What? You're just a warlock. What makes you not a warlock here? What? Okay, here we go. If you choose the Archfey, when you damage a creature with a weapon for which you have a Crimson Right, that creature glows with a faint light. Bruh, are you serious? Yes, I will give you my undying soul. Thank you, mortal. And in exchange, here's a little lamp for your sword. Isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? When you hit somebody, they glow in the dark. Isn't that neat? Brother. As a bonus action, you expend 1 use of your Blood Maledict feature to heal 1 creature you can see. Why wouldn't I just be a warlock? You can breathe underwater? Bro. This is ass. I'm sorry, this is ass. Okay, so the only thing keeping it out of F tier is the Order of the Lycan and the Order of the Mutants or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this class is ass, bro. It's Matt Mercer Stinker. Mike Mercer? Don't know her. Mike Mercer is his alter ego. It's his evil twin. Not Mike Mercer! He exclusively plays Pathfinder. Yikes, dude. This thing barely has its own identity, and the parts that give it its own identity aren't astounding enough to really fit it in, slot it in with the big boys up here. It just doesn't make sense to me personally. You know what I mean? It could have been done a lot better, is how I feel. So the only thing keeping her from F tier is literally those 2 subclasses, and even then, I don't know. See, I would still pick up the class to be a Lycan, though, is what I'm saying. Don't make fun of me, I'm dumb! You're not dumb! It was cute! I'm allowed to think you're cute. Cleric is next, ladies and gentlemen. Cleric is next. Tell a joke. Oh, God, let me think of one. Let me think of a joke here. Okay, tell me, if you've heard this one, don't say anything. What do you call a dog that knows magic? A labracadabrador. Did you like it? Did you like my joke? Please clap. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the part where Uhada Koyuki immediately stops doing yoga and leaves chat and never speaks to me again. Thank you. Thank you. You're too kind. Truly.
Zero Zero Knight asked me, what do you call a dog that knows magic? Ah, the infamous joke. What do you call a dog that knows magic? A Labrador.
Yeah, you don't think he's been briefed?
Source of magical canine amusement among you.
You don't think he knows?
Try not to scramble your brains too much over it.
You don't think he's been briefed? He's got the facts, okay? He's checked all his emails. He knows the frogging joke. Oh yeah, baby. Hi, Knight. How you doing? What are you doing today, stinker? So, let's talk about clerics. I'm gonna get a lot of heat from this one. There are things I love about cleric and things I really, really dislike about cleric. Okay, and maybe it's a situation where I have fallen into the same pitfalls that I have with Barbarian, where I just don't understand them. But the difference being, I have played Cleric, and my opinion hasn't changed. So let's just get it out of the way. Let's get it done. Let's talk about Cleric. Let me scroll up. Cleric. Oops. Okay, here we go. Okay, clerics. Clerics are warlocks, but they have more say in their own faith. If warlocks are forced into complacency by a pact with a powerful being who literally holds the reins on their entire soul, and they kind of have to do what they say at risk of losing all their power, but also their eternal soul, then clerics are the guys who are like bartering their soul for power until they eventually decide that they don't love their dad anymore and they want to love someone else. One of the problems I have with modern day cleric, at least, is that people once again just choose cleric as kind of like a I would like to multi-class into cleric, or I would like to heal the group, or I would like to do a mixture of healing and swinging my mace at people. People do not choose cleric to actually do any research about the deity in which they follow, to perform any rites to those deities, or to hold any of the pillars of that faith with any seriousness. And that's my problem with cleric, because they have gone from people playing them and abusing being cleric and trying to like get their entire group to conform to their faith and being really annoying, similarly to how paladin players were seen for a long time too, just being a hindsight character. Like, yeah, she's a cleric, but nah, she's a cool person. She doesn't really talk about her faith or like give a shit about her god at all. And I will say, the people who have played cleric and do get in deep with their gods, they'll typically like have conversations with their deity, or like be able to like communicate with them in some way. And I don't know, there's just something so unoriginal about that concept. I would like clerics to be a little bit more three-dimensional in their storytelling. I would like to see somebody who doesn't choose cleric just because of their awesome superpowers, because they're daddy's favorite moon princess, and instead give me clerics who experience true hardship and have to work really hard to earn their accolades. One prayer every once in a while, every night or so, isn't enough for me personally to earn all that a deity could bestow upon you. I believe if I were the designer of cleric, that you would get your spell slots a hell of a lot slower, and you would have a hell of a lot less spells, especially with the way that clerics are built, being able to swing a weapon and wear heavy armor as well as they do. I know that it's deeply tied to their original identities because they served a very functional role in the past, but there's something about it for me that just, it could be better. I know I'm judging a lot of these based on how I've seen clerics play, but I think that there's a really good reason why players, A, are allowed to play this way at their tables, and B, why a lot of players are perceived to be a certain way. And that is because it could have been written better. There could have been more functional rules. And this class doesn't have any excuse because they're not a young class. They've been a part of the Dungeons and Dragons brand forever. So why, oh why, they don't have to go through trials and tribulations to appease their god every time their Uber master
W0 Knight asked me, can I be a cleric under your holiness, dear Thaddeus? I will kill and maim in your name, then heal them to do it all again. Ah, the thought of you being a cleric under my almighty thumb is amusing. However, you'd need more than just prayers and healing spells to gain my favor. Dark elf-like cunning, perhaps. Still, if you insist on trying, make sure to bring me a nice basket of kwama eggs and apples every now and then.
Yeah.
Who knows? I might find your chaos mildly entertaining. Just don't expect any divine intervention from me.
Yeah, he really doesn't care. It's true. The cleric in my campaign... hold on, I missed that. Is having ongoing trouble where they've been cursed to never be able to sleep. And their goddess is basically like, look, obviously I'm a goddess of the stars, but in order to truly appreciate me, you need to be able to sleep too. So I'm not giving you any more boons. What do you mean, any more boons? What does that mean? Like they can't access their spell slots? Knight, what do you think of my Thaddeus TTS pet? Do you like him? He's new. I think you missed the day that he showed up. Look. See? What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? They can access their slots, but the goddess won't give them any further guidance or advice. That feels... okay, I guess. So this person is being forced to do everything just like everyone else who isn't being told by God what to do. Like, I'm sorry, but okay. And don't take offense to this. Again, this is not me attacking anyone or whatever. All I'm saying is that is not egregious enough. Like, they need to go further with that. Like, start taking away spell slots, my man. Like, genuinely, we need to be focusing on how temperamental and emotional God, like the spirits of gods can actually be, and realizing that you are their servants. If they say, I want a basket of fresh apples, I understand that the apples are not in season, but make it happen or you're losing spell slots. Like, if that isn't a thing, you're just not incorporating the cleric class correctly. And I get it. You don't want to inconvenience all your players, but I'm sorry, this person played somebody who said, I want to be the butler to the goddess of magic. No, just the butler. And sometimes she'll give me some magic powers, and I'm content with whatever she asks me to do. You know, sorry, this is like the line that you pay for.
Apple pie. Hot fruit.
Mikey. Gods aren't mortals. They have different reactions to our reactions. And sometimes they, especially depending on how old they are, they might have outlandish requests for us, right? Things that are unreasonable that we couldn't possibly fathom. Right? Like what? Humans don't have a 200th vertebrae yet? You guys haven't passed that level of evolution? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. You know, stuff like that. Also, I'm really sick of the trope where just because you're a cleric, you have a one-way ticket to talk to your god anytime you want to. It really grinds my fucking gears. Yay! Hi, Liam! Hi, Liam! Welcome back! So, I don't know, like, when you said that, Argus, again, this is no shade to anyone or anything like that, and if you guys think that that's bad or whatever, fine. But for me, I'm just like, y'all don't realize what you signed up for, huh? Choosing cleric isn't an afterthought. You are literally a servant under a being that hasn't been mortal for probably hundreds, if not thousands of years. And when they say jump, you better jump, or you lose everything. And sometimes it's not a gradual thing. It depends on who you're worshiping. Like, I'm sorry, but this is where I feel 3rd edition kind of got it right, because they give you a lot of spell slots just like they do in 5th edition, but the attention to their deities was actually an important part of their kit, and it wasn't just like, yeah, I worship the goddess of the moon. Anyway, moving on with the plot. I just feel like, and this isn't necessarily a fault of the players by itself, but it's also a fault of how the class was built and the DMs who run the game. The DMs have this grand idea for like how they want a story to be told, and it never revolves around a player who's choosing a cleric class. And I just feel like there's been a lot of missed opportunities when it comes to playing this class. If you don't know what a cleric is, what a cleric is, they are a holy caster who can wear heavy armor and wield simple weapons to start, but you can always get a feat to wield any weapon if you wish. It is not necessary for you to do anything special except say that you're a worshiper of blah 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 in order to gain powers. Yes, you are supposed to have studied at a church for a long period of time and become a supplicant of the ministry of your chosen deity, but it's likely that will never come up, so don't worry about it. In fact, just multi-class into a cleric anytime you want to. It doesn't really matter. No one really cares. Plus, it's going to make your character do more damage. Isn't that great? Don't you want to see number go up? It's just so fucking frustrating for me. I'm just way more attached to people telling interesting stories and fighting for their right to have incredible power instead of just being given everything from the get-go. And for me, clerics are the epitome of that. From what I've learned about the D&D Pantheon so far, as they are all pricks. Yeah! That's it, right? All gods are pricks, okay? Deities in our world were created as extreme exceptions or personifications of emotions and or cataclysmic events of nature, like war or famine or a volcano. It's like, that's what deities represent in our world. In in a world where magic exists and gods can give you eternal power, maybe the god of volcanoes isn't like a chill guy or whatever. Maybe he wants you to create more volcanoes, whatever that means. And if you can't appease him, guess what? No more 4th level spell slots, bitch. I didn't give you the rule book, okay? I said make it happen. I said you figure it out. I want more volcanoes, and that is his only edict. And you have signed up for that, so you should fucking get a shovel and start making more volcanoes. Okay? That's what it should be. Anyway, I'm a CEO. Can I pay as CEO cleric? Great news. You can follow Joaquin. I guess she's dead. I don't know if she's come back since the Sundering or whatever, but Joaquin is literally the patron goddess of merchants, and she's called the Lady of Coin. She also represents luck, and the halflings used to really love her. I don't remember what happened to her. We'll look into that. But yes, the answer is yes, you can. I don't know how they could want to worship these assholes. See, the thing is, it used to be to placate the gods. You worship the god of volcanoes. You know, maybe if you do a good enough job or give him enough sacrifices, this volcano won't erupt this year. I don't know. Maybe he needs 2 tides a year. That is what religion is. It's like the people who built this went, okay, I just want to play a class that has healing spells but can also do big swing. And we'll just add a bunch of flavors onto that to like give it a unique flavor. It's all ice cream, right? There is nobody here who does not serve ice cream. You've come to the ice cream parlor, right? Everybody in here serves ice cream. One of these might look like gelato, but everything is ice cream. Does that make sense? Welcome back, Kato! So, do you see where I'm going with this? So the way that I'm grading these classes isn't necessarily how most people would, admittedly. I am going off of my perception of these classes and how I feel that they have been most represented, whether that is poorly or well, and how excited I feel about the class in general. I know that most people are going to like groan and roll their eyes at this, but I find clerics to be a fucking mid class. I would put them at C at best. And think about that. Clerics are extremely useful. They have some of the most damaging, most useful combat spells in the game. There are a lot of people who have good, like, ideas and good, like, backstories and good characters with great experiences that they loved who were clerics, right? What I'm trying to say is that I haven't experienced enough love for this class and enough excitement when I have played this class to make me at all interested in playing again. In fact, I'm playing one right now in one of my campaigns, and even though the GM is wonderful and great, I am bored out of my fucking mind because clerics have a spell for literally everything, and I don't have to do anything to make that happen. I don't have to do anything special for my goddess. She doesn't like talk to me really, and when she does, it's like to tell me what to do, and it's not really a big deal. Like, hi Panda! So for me, cleric is exactly what it starts with. It's a C. And until people take their religions and their study and their devotion more seriously, it's gonna remain at C, okay? You spoiled motherfuckers don't deserve to be any higher. You're at a C, and you're gonna stay at a C, all right? Now let me talk to you, all right, about a class who does worship correctly. Let's talk about Druid, okay? If we are talking about a class who worships nature and their entire being is about nature, this is the class that I feel did it right. Because name me one person who plays Druid and acts like they don't give a fuck about nature. I can't find one. Everybody who plays as a Druid gives a fuck about nature, the animals around them, the plants around them, preserving nature, being a part of it, and like has their own philosophy about what nature deserves and how to be the best protector of nature that they can be. And there are so many unique circles. There is not a time in my life where I haven't been excited to play as a Druid. You can fucking be an owlbear now, which has never happened before, and it's crazy. Thank you to the D&D movie for making that a thing. I'm so glad that meme became reality because holy shit. actually pogging so hard. You have different ways of playing druid. So there's let's just go through it, because there's somebody in chat who is unfamiliar with Dungeons and Dragons druids and deserves to see it. Right? Let's talk about the druids. Is this it? No. Tell me. There you are. So, everybody who plays a druid wants to talk to the animals that they're running into, wants to know what they're thinking, what their little mini quest is. There was always an interesting thing happening surrounding druids' worship and interest and intrigue in nature. They are given powers by nature because they are its protectors, its creators, and its guardians. Like, they have to use these powers to do that. And guess what? Players who play druids, they fucking do that shit, brother. Okay? Unlike clerics, you spoiled motherfuckers who just get magic powers for, you know, praying every once in a while, and there's never any, like, downside to that. Like, druids actually have to work for their shit. And you know what? They're used to it. They're used to surviving and being in the dirt and, you know, having tough survival experiences, because it's all part of appreciating nature, baby. And their enthusiasm for nature creates enthusiasm throughout the entire party. It's infectious. When one person talks to a cat for 45 minutes and you find out that that cat is narcoleptic and has 6 litters of kittens they've never met, and they're also missing an eye, you want to know what that guy's story is, how he missed an eye, and then suddenly the entire group is on a side quest to find the weasel that knocked that cat's out of his skull and try and find his eye again. Maybe it's a magic item, I don't know. And then the DM is inspired, going, okay, maybe this weasel is actually a wizard. And it gets crazy, okay? It always works out that way. And we definitely don't have an ego problem, see? See? Based queens. Being a chaotic evil druid is so fun. Killing all humans for nature to thrive is such a W. Take on druid. I've seen it before. You're just a shadow druid, that's all. You know what I mean? I don't know about killing... why just humans is the thing, right? Are you killing all sentient beings? If so, where does it draw the line? That's the issue that I have with shadow druids, is they have a very, kill all humans! Kill all living beings that aren't druids, or like, whatever. It's like, okay, where do you draw the line? Like, it's just their edict isn't like spaced out enough. It's just an excuse for them to be violent, in my opinion. But hey, I'm not a druid. What can I say? Someone did a really fun analysis of the druid growth from BG3 and mentioned that all of the older druids who have had experience with evil and struggles are the ones who actively wanted to take in the refugees, but none of the younger and less experienced druids who never experienced hardships were the ones who wanted to take Kaga's easier way out. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the more youthful druids are definitely going to be more respectful and more honoring of somebody who is in charge, or somebody who is appointed as leader, because they don't know what the fuck to do. They don't have the experience or the confidence in their own abilities to make any decisions for themselves. So of course they're going to take, you know, advice from the person who's most in charge, especially if their dad, who just left, trusted this person after they left, you know? My favorite druid I've roleplayed was the cannibal druid, because the idea of killing any living being and not eating, harvesting their body as you kill is disrespectful. See, that's interesting. That's what I'm talking about. Like, give me some of that shit. Humans are kind of a scourge on the planet, but we are also part of nature and just need to find our place in nature. Are we a scourge on the planet? And when you say humans, are you just talking about humans? What about elves, dwarves, any of the subclasses? How about the subclass of humans, like halflings? Are they okay? That's where I'm coming from. Like, it's a very narrow view that as soon as you put it into question of what do you actually mean by that, can you define it, and does everybody agree on your personal definition, it falls apart, right? But druids can agree on one thing. Cats are fucking cool, man, and that's an A tier in my book right off the bat. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Let's talk about what druids can do. Let's talk about their individuality. Let's talk about druid circles here. something that you should know about druids, they can do something called wild shape, which means that they can take the form of an animal. There is something that bothers me about wild shape the way that it's done in this edition, and I will get to that. But for now, what you need to know is, as a bonus action, you can shapeshift into a beast that you have learned about, and you stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half of your druid level. So basically, you can stay in your lizard form for 3 entire combat rounds if you wish. You'll stay as a lizard forever. I wouldn't. Sorry for misspelling. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I find the idea of druids in a techno-urban setting the most fun to play them at. Balancing seems really fun to me. Yeah, that could be interesting, right? Okay, so let's talk about known forms. You know 4 beast forms of this feature, chosen among the beast stat blocks that have maximum challenge rating of blah blah blah, and that cannot fly. So whenever you finish a long rest, which is 8 hours or more, you can replace one of your known with an eligible form. So I'm going to hydrate. When they introduced this into playtesting, one of the most desirable features to people who were testing the druid class about this was that they could pick any creature that they wanted to, of a challenge rating of 1/4 until they level up, depending on their circle, of course. So that means that they could have access to anything. Suddenly they could become an orangutan and a rat and, I don't know, a turkey or whatever. And they weren't limited like they were in the other editions to things like wolf, bear, the classics, right? Here's the problem that I have with that. There are so many options that at the end of the day, people are going to see the list of creatures that you can turn into and just pick the quote-unquote best ones. There are going to be some base druids out there who pick the ones that they like, and they don't really care if they're like the ones that do the best damage in combat, or like have the most, capabilities, or are going to be the most useful. Like the base people who do those kind of takes. But here's where I disagree with it. You should be picking from a list of beasts that you would have access to in the place of your grove or the place that you study. You should not have a full list of creatures that you have never seen in your entire fucking life. How the fuck do you know how a snake works? You can't see a picture of a snake and go, I'm just gonna be him today. I've slept for 8 hours. I feel like today's a snake day. No, it doesn't fucking work that way. Yeah, exactly the same rule, Argus. Exactly the same rule. Like, if you're in the forest, you have to choose creatures who exist in the forest. Pick a wolf. Pick a... I guess you can't choose a bird right off the bat because they can fly, which apparently is a big deal. Pick a weasel. Pick a rat. Stuff like that. If you're from like a big city, and that's where you study, like in this tiny grove inside of a city, maybe you have to choose city critters like a rat, like a cat, or something like that. So, yeah. Or a nut. Exactly. You could turn it into a Pomeranian, for example. I choose to wild shape into Esme. See, I'm a monstrosity right now, so you cannot shapeshift into me at the moment. But when I turn into my bunny form, I think I'm considered a humanoid at that point, so you might be able... No, you can't use wild shape to turn into a humanoid. I don't know how you do that. You can turn into a rabbit. Yeah, it's just kind of fucked up. Anyway, that's my big complaint with druids. And the way that I came up with this is I played Dragon Age Origins, which is going to be a game that we play on stream eventually, probably in after the Halloween season, after the Asylum event, which is happening starting in October on the 1st, so be there or be square. I'll be changing all of my branding over to Victorian Horror Asylum. We'll be playing scary games, having events, and doing a fundraiser. So looking forward to that. But anyway, that's my only real complaint when it comes to Druid. There's one more thing that I would say that I would like back, that they took away from Druid, that I would like them to put back in, and that is the animal companion, or to have a pet of some kind and give them some type of advantage, even if it's not like an animal companion proper, like the way that a ranger has one, even though it would make sense, because if a ranger could do it, surely a Druid could do it. I'm thinking even if it's just like a squirrel, just an animal that has a unique ability that would make it different from a familiar. So let's say you have a squirrel pet, right? Like a squirrel sitting on your shoulder, and it is like your soul bonded like spirit animal, right? It's like Ash and his Pikachu. You guys just have this unknown psychic connection. I feel like it would be cool if, depending on the creature that, like the form that it took, if it gave you special advantages. Like let's say your squirrel gives you a climbing speed of 60 feet, something crazy, right? Or if you choose a hedgehog, you know, you can grow spines out of your skin, or you have +1 AC, something like that, right? Just something unique that would make a Druid's pet unique and give him pet back. That's how I would improve it. But that's just zhuzh. Class as it is fine. And I don't mind that they took it away, because they give you a lot more options when it comes to wild shape, right? So I almost feel like the list of animals to change into more of this is a guideline, all you can pick from, and it's the GM's job to say you can only pick these. Yeah, I agree with you, Rosie, but my fucking problem with that is there are so many people at the table who will have their hearts broken by a ruling like that, or like try and fight it saying that's not how it's written in the book, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if they just wrote it right the first time, there wouldn't be any dialogue about it. It would be like, okay, so this is just how it is. And you wouldn't need to change it. Then choosing any of the creatures with a max CR of 1/4 could just be a homebrew rule if other people wanted it. But I can't think of a reason why anybody would just want to know any of the forms. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I want an army of armadillos and say, let's roll out when we attack. See, this is the shit that I am talking about. Night gets me. Base night takes. So, anyway, let's get into the, I keep getting fucking, fucked up. I keep forgetting what I'm saying. I keep getting sidetracked. Give me a second here. Let me go to the website. And we'll look at the Druid subclasses proper. I'm curious to see what subclasses you guys choose. Like which ones you guys like. I don't think Keto's picked what subclass she likes best from the Dungeons and Dragons Druid. Okay, let's talk about the Druid. Whether calling on elemental forces of nature or emulating the creatures of the animal world, Druids are embodiments of nature's resilience, cunning, and fury. We all know that. Cool. Let's talk about their little covenants. So, Circle of Dreams, Circle of the Land, Honey the Land, Circle of the Moon, Circle of the Shepherd, Circle of Spores, Stars, Wildfire, and then there's a bunch of other ones. These are Unearthed Arcana, so we're not going to go into them. Cool. Circle of the Land, Honey the Land. Hold on, I have to blow my nose. Phil Pinkering. Our home is only 10 years old. Honey the Land. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anybody know that reference?
George and Hazel Pinkering. Pickering. I would look it up on, you know, the background of the house.
Our house is only 10 years old.
Honey, the land.
Oh, okay.
How old do you think the land is?
Well, very old. I know
All
once
land
upon
is
a time
ancient.
it was
Yeah.
a landfill,
Yeah, but also there used to be something they had to do with the farmhouse near there. George.
So she is a psychic. She's a psychic from like way back in the day who used to go on the Maury show and do cold readings for the audience. And she like, she was kind of a bitch. She was kind of a bitch. And she would always tell people that their like loved ones were lost because they like, I see them in water and stuff like that. And like in this situation where the lady's like, well, our home's only 10 years old. I don't think it's haunted by a ghost named Hazel Pinkering. And she's like, honey, the land. Stuff like that. Like she comes up with like excuses. One more time.
And Hazel Pinkering. Pickering. I would look it up.
She's
on,
not convinced.
You know, the background of the house.
Our house is only 10 years old.
Honey, the land.
Oh, okay.
Honey,
How
the
old do you think the land
land.
is?
How old do you think the land is? It's like so fucking snooty. Sheesh! What was this lady's name again? I forgot. Shit. What was her name? She's psychic. What was her name? I have to remember. Sylvia Brown! Okay, how long is this? 4 minutes? We're gonna watch this.
4 months after Sean disappeared, the Akers appeared on the Montel Williams show with self-proclaimed psychic Sylvia Brown. Brown told the distraught parents that Sean was dead and told them in great detail where to search for his body.
The guy was dark-skinned.
Hi, smoke alarm!
Although he wasn't black, he was more Hispanic looking.
So fucked up.
Had real long, dark hair. And strange enough, Hispanic, but he had dreadlocks.
Then Sylvia Brown confirmed their worst fears.
Is he still with us?
Why would you ask that on the Maury
Sean
show?
Hornbeck was found last week alive and well. His alleged abductor, Michael Devlin, is not Hispanic, and he didn't have dreadlocks at the time of the abduction. But she was terribly wrong about the most important detail of all.
Hearing that was one of the hardest things we ever had to hear.
The search
Why'd
for
you
Sean was
ask
diverted,
her?
according to his parents, based on the misinformation Brown had given, costing the effort valuable man-hours. Sean's parents, Craig and Pam Akers, also say Brown offered to help them for money. But there are also some people she's hurt.
Body
For
bag.
instance, on the Montel Williams show in 1999, Brown shared this information with the grandmother of a missing child named Opal Jo Jennings.
She's not dead, but what bothers me. Now, I've never heard of this before, but for some reason, she was taken and put into some kind of slavery thing.
What?
And taken into Japan.
Slavery in Japan?
The little girl's remains were found near Fort Worth, Texas. An autopsy showed she was killed shortly after vanishing.
Almost 9 years ago, Amanda Berry's mom went on the Montel Williams show where resident psychic Sylvia Brown spoke of Amanda.
I don't think I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven on the other side.
Fuck, Sylvia.
WMMS morning show in Cleveland reenacted the transcript. The host read the part of the psychic.
I hate this when they're in water. She's not alive, honey.
Not alive? Then who's this?
I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here, I'm free now.
I lost my boyfriend tragically.
Oh, this one's so sad.
Ago. They never found him. And I've had such a hard time since. Every day.
The reason why you didn't find him is because he's in water. And to find him in water, it's like...
See her face? She's like, what the fuck is this bitch talking in water? And then she tries to help Sylvia. Like, watch this.
The girl is missing in Aruba. You can't find somebody...
Well, it was September 11th. There was no... He was a fireman, but...
Well, no. See, I keep seeing him in water.
So fucked up! Additionally, here's what I love about this interaction. It's first of all, fucked up. Sorry for this lady for your loss. That is awful. I hope she found some peace. But what's really good about this interaction is you saw her go, like, from please, I need answers from the psychic to her self-realization that she is on the Montel Williams show asking a woman with a psychic bob what happened to her fucking husband just to get through her grief. She has that moment of, what am I doing here? This isn't real. Like she learns on her own that this shit, that is bullshit. You see it on her face immediately. Look at that! She's like trying not to laugh at her.
Is there any way he could have drowned in water some way?
She's like, what? Drowned in what? 9/11, Sylvia!
And they found a piece of him. Nothing.
From 9/11.
And like, Montel's like trying to help Sylvia, being like, it's from 9/11. Sylvia, he's not in water. It's from 9/11. And Sylvia just doubles down.
Because he says he couldn't breathe and he was filled with water.
Doubles down, triples down. And then you see her just give up.
Well, if they were trying to put the fire out, Montel.
They could have, you know,
Ugh. You gotta appreciate when psychics out themselves. I have nothing else to say. Honey, the land. Anyway, that was the joke. That was a long-winded joke, but it's worth it. Honey, the land. Anyway, Circle of the Land. Let's talk about them. Circle of the Land. Honey, the land. What can they do? So, on top of all the cool shit that druids can do, turning into animals, etc., Circle of the Land have something called natural recovery, and they have bonus spells and cantrips and stuff. So think of them as like the druids who focus more on casting spells and less on going into animal shape. They can still do it, they still enjoy it, they still have the ability to, but they get more spell options as they level up. And they can do something really unique, which is recover spell slots, which is something that not many other casters can do. So during a short rest, which is 1+ hour, so even after an hour, you can choose a spell slot that you've used, a spell that you've used that you can no longer use without rest, and you can just recover it. Most spellcasters, you need 8+ hours to get that spell back, but not druids. Starting at 2nd level, they can just fucking meditate and commune with nature and get some of that shit back. That's fucking pog as hell. Okay? So that's Circle of the Land, honey. The land. How old do you think the land is? They're pretty cool. Circle of the Moon. Think of Circle of the Moon as the ones who do focus heavily on wild shapes. So they are the ones who can take on more wild shapes, stronger, more often. They are very connected with the bestial side of being a druid. So think of like Halcyon from Baldur's Gate 3. He'd be Circle of the Moon, right? Actually, I don't know if he is, but to me, he would be Circle of the Moon. I don't remember what subclass he is. I would be surprised if it wasn't Circle of the Moon with as often as that motherfucker turns into a bear. Anyway. Thank you for the head pats. I think he is. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he wasn't. So, if you're more interested in being an animal all the time, or having bonuses to being an animal, then Circle of the Moon is the one that you want to go for. Circle of the Shepherd. Now, this is where things get interesting. The circles become a little less like black and white and become a lot more colorful. Okay? So, the Circle of the Shepherd feels very Fae-like to me. At 2nd level, you gain the ability to converse with beasts, specifically any creatures with this tag on them in the monster manual. So when you look at all the monsters and beasts and animals and stuff that you'll encounter in any adventure, anything that is called a beast in the manual or a fae, you can converse with them. You know how to speak, read, and write in their language, which is huge. In addition, beasts can understand your speech, and you gain the ability to decipher their noises and motions. Most beasts lack the intelligence to convey or understand sophisticated concepts, but a friendly beast could relay what it has seen or overheard in the recent past. Just like Knight said, it's cool to have a constant speak with animals going, right? It doesn't grant you any special friendship, but you can combine this ability with gifts to curry favor. So it's not it's not considered like a charm spell. You are just talking to them like you would talk to a person. And just like you would with a person, you still have to use tactics to convince them to do something for you, right? He can multi-class into me anytime. Hey-o! Hey-o! You also get something called Spirit Totem. You gain the ability to call forth nature spirits and use them to influence the world around you. You can magically summon an incorporeal spirit at a point that you can see within 60 feet. This spirit creates an aura. Oh, so your spirit immediately begins aura farming within 30 feet around it. What does it do? If it's a bear, it grants you and your allies its might and endurance. So it gives you temporary hit points of 5+ whatever your level in druid is. It'll also give you and all of your friends advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Pretty neat. A hawk gives you and your allies keen sight. Oh, Panda, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Poggies. Thank you so much. You got put in ad jail. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, so the Hawk Spirit. When a creature makes an attack against you or an ally, roll against a target in the spirit's aura. So remember, that's that 30 feet. You can use your reaction to grant advantage to that attack roll. So the Hawk Spirit is you and your allies keen sight. When a creature makes an attack roll against a target, you can use your reaction to give advantage to them. Okay, so like if your party is within 30 feet of your Hawk's aura, you can, instead of using your reaction to like cast counterspell or whatever, for example, right? Whatever you normally use your reaction for, you can use it to give your ally advantage on their attack. So for example, if your ally rolls the dice to see if they hit something and they miss, you give them a second chance to roll that dice again and see if they succeed. It's not an automatic success, but it gives them a chance to roll their dice for an attack twice. So it's pretty useful. In addition, you and your allies have advantage on perception checks. Neat. Unicorn Spirit. The Unicorn Spirit lends its protection. You and your allies gain advantage on all ability checks made to detect creatures. That is a very niche and like situational thing, I feel. So I don't love that personally. In addition, if you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points, each creature of your choice gains hit points equal to your druid level. So you can heal extra hit points. That's pretty useful. Love that. At 6th level, the beasts that you summon are more resilient. And your spirit at 10th level, your spirit totem safeguards anything that you summon with your magic. So when a beast or fae that you are friends with, that creature gets more hit points, which is kind of cool. And at 14th level, if you're reduced to 0 hit points or incapacitated against your will, you can immediately gain the benefits of conjure animals, as if it were cast with a 9th level spell slot. That's crazy. It summons 4 beasts of your choice. Oh, wow. So basically, if you pass out or if someone knocks you out to kidnap you, as soon as you're knocked unconscious, nature goes, nuh-uh, and summons 6 fucking level 12 bears to protect your body. That's kind of pog. So far, these subclasses are giving what needs to be gave, and I'm happy with that. Circle of Spores is really cool. It's kind of like a tanky class when you get down to it, because it gives you a lot of skills to like give yourself temporary HP that you can like reapply pretty regularly. You get extra spells, which are cool spells. Being able to turn into a gaseous form is really useful when you're trying to slip between cracks and crevices to escape or hide, or just avoid damage altogether. Halo of Spores. Starting at 2nd level, you are surrounded by invisible necrotic spores that are harmless until you unleash them on a creature. That creature will take 1d4 necrotic damage if you choose during your reaction, unless it saves on a Constitution saving throw. So that's pretty cool. Basically, you have an aura of spores that hurts things that you want to hurt. And at 2nd level, you can channel your magic into your spores. So instead of using a wild shape to turn into like an animal, you can awaken your sperm, what? Your spores, and you get 4 temporary hit points for each time that you do this. So when you deal damage with your spores, you can roll damage a 2nd time and add it to your total, which is fucking poggies. And your melee weapon attacks deal additional necrotic damage. So this is all mushroom based, really fucking cool. Sorry, I'm gonna hurry this along because we've been focused on Druid for a minute. Circle of Wildfire is a new one. It came with Tasha's, I believe. A lot of fire related spells. You have formed a bond with a wildfire spirit, a primal being of creation and destruction. So I guess the idea behind the Circle of Wildfire is that fire cleanses the like forest of its dead, and it's a natural part of the environment, just like the roots and the grass and the trees. So that's an interesting take on Druid. I like it. So you get a special wildfire spirit instead of turning into a wild shape if you want. Okay, it obeys your commands. Here's its little character sheet. It enhances your spells. Okay, I get it. Okay, so now I know what you're thinking. Where does that put Druid? It's absolutely going in A tier, if not S tier. I'm putting it in A tier just because I need something to use as like a baseline, right? If there's nothing better than it, it's going into S tier. But I need something in A tier. I also feel like S tier is like, I wouldn't make any changes. She's perfect as she is. You know, S tier is like perfection, right? But A tier to me is like, I'm excited to play this class. It has its own unique like class features and identifiers that make it unique from itself. Its subclasses are exciting. Its spells are cool and fit the theme and the branding of the Druid. The players who usually pick Druid are invited to be more creative and create more diverse characters based on how they're written. But there may be a change or two that I would like to see. And in the way of the Druid, as I've already stated before, that's the wild shape, right? So for now, she's going in A tier, but she may move up to S tier as we see things going along. Like, for example, if I really like Rogue, right? And I'm like, Rogue should be A tier, but I like it better than Druid. I would put Druid in S tier and just keep Rogue in A tier by itself. You know what I'm saying? She never even went into why Bard is S tier. She just placed in there and didn't explain. I don't know what you mean. I don't understand that at all. She never even went into, do I need to explain why Bard is S tier? That's kind of a ridiculous claim, don't you feel? Yeah, I agree. I don't need to explain it. Thank you. I don't need to explain it. It's S tier. Like, and that's it. There's, like, what discussion needs to be had? Anyways, moving on. So for now, she's A tier. But she's very high A tier, maybe even S tier. It's a very confusing time for me. I may move her up in the middle. Who knows? I like her very, very high. Kato, have you decided which of the subclasses you like best? No, it's information overload, and that's why it's not S tier, because it's so much that new players get like really overloaded really fast, you know? Could have simplified it a little more, man. I agree. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. You're right. That's why they should be A tier. I totally understand. Oh, that's a good question. Let's ask him, Knight. What's wrong with A tier? You acted like I put you in F tier. High A tier? That's great, dude. Considering that the only thing higher than you is Bard, which makes sense to everybody in this chat. What's wrong with A tier? You think it should be lower? What?
I looked to so doubts to or Knight asked me
What
which
was
class
that?
in Dungeons and Dragons do you like the most? Ah, the endless debate of D&D classes. Honestly, none hold a candle to my draconic magnificence. But if I must choose, I would go with the rogue. Their stealth, cunning, and unpredictability remind me of my own chaotic nature. Plus, they don't need a pathetic union-mandated pisser. They'll just slip away unnoticed, much like me when I'm bored of your trivial human antics.
That was wild. That was a roller coaster. Wow. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I was just about to say we should do a pisser really quick. I want to see how this goes.
Piranha Plants asked me, you good there? Ah, a human concerned for my well-being. How delightfully baffling. Rest assured I'm as good as an ancient draconic enigma gets. Perhaps my chaotic essence has you confused. Focus on your own fleeting mortal concerns while I relish in being superior. How quaint you are.
Let's get a second opinion before we go on a pisser. This will help me determine where it belongs to be. I hope that this will answer all of our lingering questions about Druid's place in this world. Let's get a good look.
Esme Silverthorn asked me, what tier do you think Druid should be? S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, D, or F tier, and why? Ah, the Druid, those nature-loving shapeshifters who fancy themselves guardians of the wild. I'd place them in A tier. While they possess commendable versatility and the ability to transform into animals, it's still no match for my draconic magnificence. Their connection to nature is impressive, but lacks the chaos and grandeur of true draconic power. Still, they've got a bit of flair.
Looks like we have a consensus here, folks. Interesting. How is he biased? Why are you saying he's biased? How is he biased? He doesn't even like Bard's best, which is wrong. You don't see me complaining. He likes Rogues the best. What's wrong with being A tier? We'll find out after the break. We'll find out after the break. Let's go take a pisser, you guys. See you in 5.
Get a snack, cheese.
Hello, naughty children, I've returned. I've returned to you. I have Angel Delight. Which for you Americans is chocolate mousse. It's delicious. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now where were we? Let's talk about Rogues, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that could bring. Let's talk about Rogues. So, when you think about Rogues, what do you think of, chat? What's your initial thought when you think of Rogues? Edgelords, asshole. Thief. Aladdin. Those are all great descriptors. Batman, sure. So, Rogue can be classified a lot of ways. They have all the skills. They can pick locks, pick pockets, disarm traps. They are quick. Their dexterity saves are crazy. They range anywhere from your treasure hunters to your black-hearted assassins, and any which way that you'd like to go. They're pretty straightforward. I could go so deep into talking about rogues because they are so varied. Think about your swashbucklers and your like Catwoman's. Aladdin is a great one. Those are all great examples of what a rogue is. They are so varied and so unique that there isn't really one way to play rogue, and there isn't a wrong way to play rogue, I feel. I will say, again, going into stereotypes, a lot of times players playing rogues, they focus heavily on RPing theft. And if you're watching our Sunday game of Baldur's Gate 3, where Swamos, who is playing the Dark Urge, is playing a rogue as well, you'll notice he is just stealing everything not nailed down, and this could be why. It's just kind of a common trope. It is just kind of a silly little thing that all rogues do. But hey, you know, that's the way some people are. You know, some people take things that don't belong to them and take a great pleasure in doing so, right? Paranoid coward. I mean, sure, you can play it that way. I mean, rogues are all about self-preservation. You know what I mean? They are the most important person in that party in most cases. And they know that their needs are important. You know? Swamos the ever encumbered. So true. Well, it's fun in BG3. Yeah, true. So let's talk about rogues. Should have just done a rogue. Every time I pluralize it, it's like, huh? Rogue is a spy? So fair. So fair. Rogues rely on cunning, stealth, and their foes' vulnerabilities to get the upper hand in any situation. They have a knack for finding a solution to just about any problem. A few even learn magical tricks to supplement their other abilities. Many rogues focus on stealth and deception, disarming traps, opening locks, etc. They prize subtle strikes over brute strength, so speed over strength, right? Think of like Bilbo Baggins from The Hobbit. He would be a rogue. So, they have some really interesting abilities. Expertise gives them additional proficiencies into skills of their choice, so like athletics or acrobatics, persuasion, intimidation, those kinds of things. So they're just like the bard in the way that they're a jack of all trades, right? Then they have sneak attack. Sneak attack is their bread and butter. The most heard thing at a table when you have a rogue is, do I have advantage? Or can they see me? Because that's how you get sneak attack, which gives you extra damage against whoever you're trying to kill. So once per turn, you can deal 1d6 damage to one creature you hit with an attack roll if you have advantage on the roll. And that's any advantage. Stealth will give you advantage on sneak attack, but also so will inspiration. If somebody throws an inspiration at you, you can use that to sneak attack. There is a plethora of ways to gain advantage on a roll. We've already seen like druids being able to couple with that really well if they have their hawk totem up from their circle of the shepherd. They can just decide as a reaction to give the rogue advantage, and then they can add an extra 1d6 damage when they hit. Do I have advantage if I use pocket scent and they are blind? I believe you do have advantage if they are blinded. So I believe so. Look into that. Sneak attack is so good. If the whole point of it is to kill something, rogues are the kings of that. They don't fuck around when it comes to killing something and killing something quickly. When you think of playing a rogue, think of like all the dice that you get to roll to kill something and how wonderful the clatter of those falling dice feels on your eardrums, right? So, you also don't need advantage on the attack roll if one of your allies is within 5 feet of the target. The ally isn't incapacitated, so like passed out, and you don't have disadvantage. So if you have disadvantage, you'll never be able to sneak attack. But if one of your allies is healthy and within 5 feet of the target, you don't need advantage on an attack roll. Pretty sweet. And you do extra damage as you gain levels. They have their own special language that they speak to each other. Their own special lingo that they use to kind of skirt around the law so that normal people, law-abiding citizens, for example, can't understand their code words to talk about like drop points or where good marks are for treasure, etc. Not many people utilize this, unfortunately, which is sad because it's such a cool little flavor detail that I really love. You also have weapon mastery. So your training with weapons allows you to use mastery, use the mastery properties of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice that you already have proficiency in. So if you have a proficiency in daggers and short bows, for example, you always will. You can have mastery with these weapons, which is really fucking cool. Hi, Sazabi! Yeah, because they're more frail than a stick of mechanical pencil lead. See, that's where stealth comes into play, you know, or a potion of invisibility. You just gotta plan your shots, you know? And disengage, exactly. And there are whole classes like the swashbuckler, whose entire kit are based on disengaging the old hit and run. So, how's it going, Sazabi? How you been? Long time no see. Cunning action is also really cool. So you can basically take actions like dashing, disengaging, or hiding as a bonus action using your cunning action. Really, really cool, really fun. Then at level 3, you get to choose a subclass. Let's look at those subclasses now, shall we? They don't make disengage easy? In what way? Disengage should be an action and shouldn't be something to argue at the table, so I found that very strange. Yeah, there shouldn't be any criteria other than that. You're already spending an action to do it. let's talk about the archetypes. We have the Arcane Trickster, Mage Thief. You get a special mage hand that helps you pick pockets and do things with. Pretty nifty. A very unique cantrip to the rogue. So if you're playing a rogue and you're thinking, I might multi-class into mage, don't worry. You can simply choose the Arcane Trickster subclass and get most of the bang from your buck from that anyway. Maybe dip into wizard again if you want to, but not needed. Really fun. Arcane Trickster specializes in being a mage thief, which is a very popular combo from earlier seasons of Dungeons and Dragons. The assassin, which is pretty much what it says on the tin. Your goal is to kill people. I believe that this is a pretty weak subclass from what I remember. You're deadliest when you get the drop on enemies who have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken the turn in combat yet. So if you roll badly on initiative, the only ability you get at 3rd level is completely useless, which kind of sucks. That takes a big downturn for me because assassin should be the gnarliest motherfucker in the gang, IMO. And like asking and trying to keep track of what creatures have or haven't taken their turn and like remembering that this is even a thing when, you know, at the beginning of every combat, it's just a very tedious, not fun thing for IMO. Infiltration expertise, starting at 9th level, so you don't get anything at all until 9th level. You could unfailingly create false identities for yourself, which is something that you can do with a kit in this game anyway. So I don't know what this has to do with being an assassin. This feels more like a CIA agent. But yeah, this is very situational. It doesn't have anything to do with being an assassin, IMO. And even if it did, it's not exciting enough to be granted at the 9th fucking level, by the way. That's crazy. Usually anything for sneaking is met with big punishment. Like, for example, DMs not having stuff like a pot of invis accessible, or if you were a certain DM, you would end up with something like a true sight Tarask. Oh my god, Sazabi, that sucks. That's the entire point of rogue. Just ban rogues at your table if you don't like stealth so much. Like, the fact that DMs can't be creative enough to come up with a solution to people using stealth all the time is wild. Also, has this person never heard of passive perception? That's like deleting your entire kit right there. That's such bullshit. Anyway, infiltration expertise, useless. Assassinate, pretty useless. Imposter. At 13th level, you gain the ability to unerringly mimic another person's speech, writing, and behavior. This is your 13th level, by the way. What? You can do this with prestidigitation, which is a cantrip. I don't understand. Yeah, they should have just paired these. I totally agree, Banana. They should have just paired these. Infiltration and Imposter should have been part of a squad. Why wait until the 13th level for this shit? This is fucking crazy. A 17th level better be good. Starting at 17th level, you become a master of instant death. When you attack and hit a creature that is surprised, it must make a Constitution saving throw or double the damage of your attack against the creature. That's fine, I guess. But it's not great considering it's just more dice. This isn't fun. There's no flavor here. They didn't do very well. It is exactly as I remember it. It is just not... This doesn't feel like you're playing an assassin to me. The spell description for Presti doesn't say anything about stealing someone's identity. It doesn't need to. You just need to be able to copy someone's voice. That's it. You copy someone's voice with prestidigitation. Easy. And even then, like, This is so situational. Why the fuck would you need someone's identity? No, you're not even taking their identity, Argus. You just can mimic their speech and writing and behavior. You don't take on their appearance. You don't take on anything that would like make people look at you physically. Like they have to be behind a wall reading your letters to ever think that it was you. It's not right. Yeah, but look at the spell effects for prestidigitation. So prestidigitation has different definitions depending on which version of prestidigitation you're reading for. The one that I prefer, the one that I go with, is different than the one that you are currently reading. The one that you are currently reading is talking about simple things like, this can clean an object, whereas the version that I am usually referring to, the version I prefer of prestidigitation, says it's a simple party trick that you can pretty much talk to your DM about, making an effect happen. And I would say that mimicking someone's voice, which is something a crow can do without any like special training, really. Like, okay, special training, obviously the crow needs training to learn it, but you know what I mean? If an animal who doesn't know English can learn it, it's something that could easily be convinced as prestidigitation could do. So, also, thaumaturgy, I believe you can make like a really loud sound. So, could the sound be the sound of someone's voice? These are questions that you could ask. This is just this, and for getting it at the 13th level, regardless, it's dog shit. I can pretend to be Rosie with enough persuasion. Exactly. So, thaumaturgy, I'd say, is one you could potentially imitate a voice with. Wait, what are you talking about? Like the thaumaturgy, the spell school? Anyway, we're getting off topic. Point is, this sucks. It really drags down Rogue, in my opinion. So, inquisitive. Oh no, I think that this one sucks too. When you choose this archetype, you have a keen eye for picking out lies. Hi, Helm! Hi! How you doing? What's up, dude? I finally get to see you in stream! Hey, you're welcome. Are you off work, Helm? What you doing, you little stinker? Okay, so you develop a keen ear for picking out lies. I mean, here's my problem with this. Anybody can do this. Anybody can just go, I want to make an insight check. So why is this special? This again drags the class down, in my opinion. Next. Starting at 3rd level, you can use a bonus action to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object. Okay, again, everybody can just do this? Everybody can just do this. And why did they specify a bonus action? Are they expecting that you'll do this in combat? Huh? Insightful fighting, you better be good. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to decipher opponents' tactics and develop a counter to them. You make a wisdom insight check against a creature you can see. If you succeed, you use your sneak attack against that target even if you don't have advantage. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This, pulling out the part of sneak attack that is sometimes arguably the most difficult part to pull off. Do I have advantage on this roll type beat? Being able to say it doesn't matter. I am simply going to attack them with sneak attack if they don't pass this. That's pretty cool. It doesn't raise it enough for me, but let's see how this goes. Okay, you don't get anything again till 9th level, as expected. That's fine. You gain advantage on wisdom or intelligence check if you move no more than half your speed on the same turn. I'm sorry, and this is your 9th level ability? Huh? Okay, I'm already over it. Say no more. I know Mastermind sucks. Phantom I think is really cool. Scout is okay. Soul Knife is hella. Swashbuckler is badass. And Thief is good. What do I rate Rogue out of this list? So I give it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 7, 8, 9. Okay. 6 out of 9. What's that, a D? No, it's a C, right? It's a D? Heard it here first, folks. Would I put them on par with Blood Hunter? I don't know if I want to be that harsh. Maybe I move it down. People who look at this tier list are gonna throw a goddamn hissy fit. Putting Cleric at C tier, people are going to put Blood Hunter down? Okay, you convinced me. People are gonna see this and be so fucking mad. Y'all are already mad, huh? Like, if I post this on Twitter, I'm gonna get canceled. People are gonna be like, Rogue in D tier? Do you have any idea how much damage a rogue can do in a single turn? Anyway. Fighter! Okay, so. This one would, I feel like, be too long to get into if I went into subclasses. How many subclasses do they have? For Argus's sake, I'm gonna go into a little bit of it. Post it, be the chaos. Maybe. Maybe I will. What? Jump to it, brother. Thank you. Those people are thinking about the killing power and are therefore boring. See, that's kind of how I feel. Like, come on, we can do better than that, surely. First of all, I think fighters are badass. They are a great starting class for people just getting into Dungeons and Dragons. They are simple enough for anybody to understand, and for anybody to go, okay, I know what my job is, but they have a diverse amount of them enough to where no two fighters are the same. I also find their what are they called? Their little skills, their superiority dice and stuff, their techniques. I think they're cool as shit. And there are so many options that, like I said, it feels like its own class within a class. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't have any fucking problems with fighters whatsoever. And I know quite a few people who have had really great experiences being creative with the tools that they were given as a fighter. So that paired with the fact that it's really easy to like understand and get into, these are all things that I greatly approve of when talking about D&D classes. I love fighters. They basically act as the everyman for the group. Also customizability due to a lot of... Yes, exactly. Exactly. See, Banana gets it. Banana's my guy for that. Ryu, Dragon Spirit, long time no frog, and see how you been. How have you been, you stinker? You little stinker. Yeah, so think about it this way. What kind of... when you're making a fighter, everybody make a fighter. What do you want to do? You want to hold a sword in both hands? Congratulations. You can do that. 2-weapon fighting. You don't actually care about having a sword. You'd rather just, like, I don't know, throw knives at something or shurikens. Congratulations, you can do that. You can be a dart master if you want to. You want to protect your friends and just like have your shield be your whole thing? You can do that. I want to put my sword on my back and wield my shield with 2 hands. You can do that. Double shield. Wasn't there a thing with God of War with the double shield at one point? Was it God of War that did the double shield nonsense a while ago? There was a thing about that, wasn't there? Am I crazy? Double shield. I remember that being a thing in a game. It might have been Assassin's Creed, maybe? Dark Souls double shield. I know nothing about this. Hold on a minute. I don't want you guys to see my the porn tabs I had open, so I'm just going to close this really quick. I'm Googling it. What's this?
We who are about to die.
No. No, that's not it. There was a game that did like dual shields. And everybody was like, Lamau! What is it? Dual shields are deadly in Elden Ring. That's pretty funny. Double shield Helldivers 2. Super insane Arisa. I swear to God, it was like, what was it? Was it Assassin's Creed? Yeah, it was Assassin's Creed Valhalla, dual wielding shields. Hold on a minute.
Hello, this is Alex, and I've been doing some behind-the-scenes pre-production for a full weapon combo breakdown video
Remember this
I have
game,
planned
chat?
for the launch of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but before that, I just got hands-on with another early build of the game, which allowed me to try out dual-wielding shields this time around, which might just happen to be my new favorite thing. You can have either a heavy or light shield in your main or offhand, each with their own unique movesets, but instead of me just rambling over the rest of this footage, I'll just shut up now and let you take in the carnage. Enjoy, and I'll be seeing you again around launch.
That's so funny. See, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Fighters will do this, but in D&D, and this is the shit that excites me as the Dungeon Master. I genuinely do not think that a fighter could have been more cool than this. Chad, you fucking made it! What's up, dude? Yo! Come here, Baba. Come through. Come on through, baby. It's okay. There you go, baby. There you go. Anyway, this is the shit that I'm talking about. Fighters will unironically go, I built a fighter, but mine uses double shields. Is that fine? And I just start frothing and my eyes start dilating. I'm just excited. That's the shit that I'm talking about. Fighters go bonk. So freaking true. So I would love to spend more time on it, but we've already been streaming for 4 hours. So let's put fighter where they deserve to be. God, at minimum, they're A tier. Where do I put them with druids? Do you know what here's the thing. I don't think that they could do any better. I'm gonna put them in S tier. And it's not because Battle Master or whatever the fuck, okay? Here's the reason why I put them in S tier. Tori! Here's the reason I put them in S tier, because there isn't anything about fighter that I go, wow, they could have done this so much better. No, there really isn't. Fighter by itself has always been an overly simplistic class, and when they introduced it in 5th edition, they kept it simple, but they gave it enough customization, enough style that anybody could pick it up and play it, and their character will be unique from any fighter that they make thereafter. So, to me, Fighter is an incredible class. It increases innovation and creativity in its players. It is accessible to new players. And I can't think of a goddamn thing that they could have done better to enhance it. It, like, with all of the options that you have with the fighter, it's just so conclusively good, right? Fighter has so many options to build, not to mention it's one of the best multi-classes to grab to 2nd level. Exactly, right? And here's something that you'll never hear me say ever again. Having a fighter subclass, or having a fighter in your multi-class, I would argue is one of the only classes in the game where it is less important that you take your job as a fighter as seriously as you would suddenly multi-classing into druid or cleric, right? So, like, if somebody goes, I would like to multi-class into druid, and it's so sudden and there have been like no talks about them interested in it, and the player is just saying, oh, I just want to be a druid for a while as well, or oh, I'm doing it for like min-maxing purposes, I'm immediately turned off by that. And I will usually try to get them to incorporate some sort of lore reason why, because these are life-changing events. Like, druids dedicate their entire being to nature. You don't just decide Tuesday, because I want to do more damage for the group, I'm a druid now, right? You gotta learn from somebody. You gotta take your job seriously. You are a guardian of nature. You have taken a vow, like, to a new god, maybe. Like, this is a serious thing. Whereas fighter, it's like, you know what? I really like broadsword, and I've been practicing a lot with broadsword. No problem, man. Congratulations. You can be a fighter. Like, okay. Or if you want to take it seriously, congratulations. You can join like a fighters guild or gain a mentor. That's how cool, easy to pull off shit that even like younger players who have never played Dungeons and Dragons before can easily slide into their backstory. Some of the other classes, like, I don't know, it's a little bit more difficult. So it requires a little bit more finesse to like really explain why a character would double class into something that pretty much defined them up to this point, right? Yeah, and they're the only ones who can basically wield any weapon, wear any armor, hold any shield, and that makes them incredibly unique. So, there's no hate in my heart for fighters. I genuinely would feel bad if I put them any lower. And hate me all you want, but I'm a little bit more solidified with Druid being A tier because of this. Like, this is... I knew somebody was gonna come for me! Yes, Rogue is D tier because their subclasses fucking suck. Well, not all of them. Granted, some of them are fucking great, right? Thief is great. Phantom is great. Soulblade is great. Assassin sucks. Assassin sucks. Inquisitor fucking sucks. I could go on and on. Listen, watch the VOD. The point is, it's in D tier for a reason. All right? So... I'm sorry. I knew that this was gonna, rustle people's jimmies, but this is how I feel. People who just want to drop dice, that's fine. But Rogue didn't impress me, and a lot of its subclasses, were not that impressive to me. I would Rampage right here, but I'll save it for the Discord. Okay. I mean, you can rant here, that's fine. What did I miss? Whoa, hold on, you just 3 amazing subclasses alongside 2 bad ones? Argus, you were here for my explanation. Argus, you were here for the explanation. You were baiting me at this point. You know why I put it in D tier. The D stands for dang good, Lamau. Thank you, Knight. Thank you. Listen, just because I don't agree with what everybody else thinks about these classes doesn't mean that I don't have a point. Hi, Swamos! Swamos, how are you feeling? Everybody shop! Swamos is here! If a rogue is D tier just because of 2 bad subclasses, how is Bard S tier when it has Glamour Bard? Well, first of all, I mean, Bard doesn't really have any competition, so I hope that answers your question about that. Secondly, it's not your list, it's my list. I've given my reasons why. If you don't like them, that's fine, but you're wrong. Secondly, we've already talked about it, and again, you're oversimplifying and baiting me because it's more than just 2 bad subclasses. If you didn't listen, that's fine, but just say that, right? And stop trying to bait me in chat. It has some good subclasses. I'm not saying it doesn't. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Out of the 9 subclasses, 6 of them were either on the okay or the great spectrum. Okay? And if you take the allure of this class does a lot of damage away, I mean, I don't know if I would be excited personally to play a rogue unless it was like a specific type of rogue, and that really limits my ability to play different archetypes if I'm always playing a swashbuckler, etc. Yes, so let me be clear, right? Let me be clear. I'm not saying that if you are in this class that you are F tier, D tier, C tier. Swamos is S tier, okay? Rosie, Kato, S tier. As a whole, these are my experiences with the classes based on games I've run, games I've watched, games I've seen, games I've been privy to, like on the sidelines and listening to the hearsay of it. And the way that I've seen either the game or the class being written by the player's handbook, and just like my general like 30 plus year experience in the genre, like I'll be honest, like rogue doesn't dazzle me because I'm not somebody who really gives a shit about how much damage I can do. If you strip away the fact that rogues can do a hell of a lot of damage, what do they have? Skill checks? Great. Bards can do that. Bards have expertise too. So what makes them special aside from that? Do you know what I mean? Chad, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. And another reason why I would change them is because I feel like the way that a major reason why I'm judging them is if I feel that the class could use more tweaking to make it perfect, right? Twitch won't let me send the full rant. All right, give me piecemeal, brother. Actually, you know what? Shit. Post it in the Discord and I'll read it if you feel comfortable with that. So, Druid, I feel like there's stuff about it that I would change, but it's almost perfect. Fighter is perfect. Bard is perfect. No changes, no notes. Artificer. It's great. It needs a few changes, but it's great. You know, as it's written in the book, there's a couple things I could see being a little better, but not very much. Barbarian. I've already gone into detail about the changes that could change about Barbarian, and it has a lot to do with perception and the people who pick up Barbarian. Cleric. Again, I've already talked about it. I feel like a lot needs to be changed. D tier rogues belong there because I just feel like there isn't enough identity there. The dice are what makes them special. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But for me personally, it lacks that je ne sais quoi. That's something special that gives it life. That's not to say that I haven't seen a ton of interesting characters that are rogues, or that rogue as a class is shitty and no one should ever play it, and here's why. Nah, do your own thing. But this is based on, like, again, my experiences. I've played rogue and I got bored of just like being the high damage user and stealing everything off the walls for a while. It just became old and tired. Or being the swashbuckler. I guess it was really fun. I didn't really get many sessions as a swashbuckler, but it just, again, it feels like there isn't much room for me to wiggle. So it's also telling that for rogue fighters and a few other non-magic classes, they usually have subclass that is literally take magic from other class, kind of indicating the base class by itself is simple. But simple characters work as great as an introduction to D&D as a whole. That's completely why I agree that fighter should be S tier. That's why I feel fighter should be S tier, because it's a great introductory class. It's not overly complicated, but it has a huge amount of customization options. And look, a lot of this, and I've already prefaced this at the beginning, but a lot of this is just me fucking nitpicking. Like, I love this game. I've loved this game since I was a wee lass. Probably longer than most of you were alive, right? I have absorbed as much Dungeons and Dragons content as I ever conceivably could. And like, this is me going, okay, gun to my head, what is the honest to God tier list for me based on those experiences? And if I feel that there was anything that I would change, unless you're Bard, you go under S tier. Everything underneath S tier, that you have something about you I would change. Right? Hi, Kitty! Yo! How is my favorite Hispanic pink cat these days? Can we get a shout out in chat for Kitty, please? Okay, chat is moving really fast. What did Chad say? Bonus action use item is wildly good. Agree. I agree. I missed 4 hours of D&D talk. I'm way behind. It's fine. I feel like Thief is that one subclass that just adds that zing for me, extra uses for your cutting. I totally agree. So y'all playing Thieves as opposed to playing like Arcane Tricksters, etc. Good for you. I'm happy for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. My problem is at the end of the day, you'll always be playing the same character with the same abilities. I don't know. Again, maybe that's just me not being very creative. You know? But it's just boring to me. It's boring to me. It needs work. Like, reread their subclasses, if you will. Reread their subclasses and what they do. And just think about it for a second. Right? Think about the stuff that Inquisitor gets at like 9th level, 13th level, and decide if like this really is your class, if this is worth it to you. If you would really put a class that has that kind of representation in S tier. And like it requires a lot of soul searching to realize, is the value that I have in this rogue the number of dice that they're dropping or nah? And if so, why or why not? For me, the answer is always yes. The value to me that rogue gives is how many dice they drop. Because I don't need them to do skill checks for me. I'm already the bard. Like, anything that they can do, I can do better. The only thing I can't do is kill things really, really fast. That's something that they can do in spades. That's fine. And here's the thing. With rogue, as cool as their abilities are, using items as a bonus action, etc., those aren't necessarily things that you will be constantly using. Granted, I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's not a drawback. Bards don't use Vicious Mockery every turn, whatever. Sure, but Vicious Mockery is unique to Bard. It's unique to Bard. That's all I have to say. I just feel like looking at all of the subclasses and everything written about Rogue, it varies from wildly simple to being like not hammered out enough. And here's the other thing that pisses me off about Rogue, genuinely, is D&D has had time to give this more identity, and it hasn't done enough for me to like really make me excited to level up. Because all I get with Rogue, in my opinion, is just more dice. I'm just not fucking interested, man. They also get expertise twice, so does Bard.
Have you ever played Bard's Tale? Yes, I have Bard's Tale. Yes, Vicious Mockery. Listen, don't even get me started on Vicious Mockery, alright? Here's the thing, right? Okay, here's the thing. No, I'm not even gonna consider it. Okay.
Bard does S tier. And that's just the way that it is. Uh-oh, what did I miss? Wait, what? What happened? What happened just now? I was scrolling up and reading the letters. What happened? Oh, Piranha redeemed Vicious Mockery. I see. Okay. I will redo that. Did it actually play? It did, it worked? Okay, so it did the voice changer? I didn't hear it. I'm supposed to be able to hear it. Okay, so you guys heard music and I got my voice changed, right? Okay, interesting. I didn't hear anything and I'm supposed to, so I don't know what that does or what happened there. Okay, so Vicious Mockery is designed for me to insult you. Would you like me to do that? Is that why you said yes, Vicious Mockery? Because if you redeem it, I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, you got it. Hold on, let me put on my Vicious Mockery pants. Give me just a second. Let's try that one more time. Hold on a minute. Where are you? There you are.
Okay, so you want Vicious Mockery, huh? Okay, here he comes. Alright, you may be called Piranha Plant, but you smell like...
You smell like stinky broccoli. Hope you enjoy that one. Oh, so vicious. No! Oh, man. I'll have to adjust it. Hey, you know what? There's always growing pains, you know, with new redeems. Hold on a minute. Do I still sound? No, okay, it's off. Interesting. Interesting. Let me check my sensitivity RQ. It should be really high. Anyway, you smell like stinky broccoli. There you go. Enjoy. Stinky Brocco! Okay. Oh my god, it's been 4.5 hours. I still have so many classes to get through. Okay, so I'm gonna run through these really quick. I'm sorry if I'm not giving your class their due. I just had to do a recap for everybody mad about Rogue. So I'm gonna give Monk. I would say Monk is C tier. They're great. But there are a few abilities that I would change. For example, their ability to catch arrows and throw them back is fucking sick. But it isn't enough oomph for me. Like I like the fact that I think you can only do it once as a reaction. I don't think that you can continually do it. It feels like, ah, like what enemy is only gonna shoot one fucking arrow? You know what I mean? So, Professor Chat, fighter, I can't beat the crap out of you with that. So I'm gonna put him in C tier. I know it's I have a lot to say about this, but I'm just gonna go quickly and kind of like get an overview of my thoughts. I would say B tier for talking 2024. 2024. Did they change it during like? No, because Tasha's was what 2022 or 2023. Are you talking about the new rules, Chad? Because I'm not talking about the new rules. This is all like 5th edition and under. Paladin is great. What would I change about Paladin? Not a hell of a lot. Oath the Crown is Pog. I just love Paladins. Maybe I'm a sucker for a Paladin just because like I'm one of the ones that is like, these are the Captain Americas of our worlds. You know? Yeah, exactly. They're solid picks. Their smite makes them unique. They make you feel powerful. They stripped away the religious part of it, which was a huge drawback for me. I'm gonna put him in A tier, but I feel like I don't know. We'll see. Some of this might change. Yeah, 2014 is yeah. Don't fucking get me started on the new rules, okay? I have had entire streams where I've just fucking riffed off of the stupid fucking decisions that they've made and the way that they fucking lied to us. But I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there, and I'm not gonna get excited, okay? Make Oathbreaker not require an evil alignment. I agree. I agree with that. So yeah. Anyway, Ranger. I'm very passionate about this. I love Ranger. And I feel, unfortunately, that 2014's rules did not do Ranger a great service. The only reason they're not an F tier is because of Drizdo Worden. Okay, I'm sorry. He's my man. He was my first ever crush. I'm not even kidding. He was the first guy that I ever had a crush on. The way that they fucking did them so dirty in 2014. And honestly onwards, where like Beastmaster, which is an iconic subclass of theirs, making you use your action when your fucking animal attacks is wild. Wild behavior. I'm still really bitter. Even post Tasha's. Here's the thing. Tasha's did make it better. I agree. Honestly, Tasha's just cleaned it up, right? She was like, you know what? We have all these problems from 2014. Let's just fucking fix all this. She did a lot of good shit, okay? Leave it to a woman to fix all of the bad things about stuff, right? So here's the thing. There's something holding me back from putting Ranger higher. And I think that is its complicated past. Like, until enough time has passed for me to forgive what happened and for me to, like, feel good about playing Ranger again, it is going to have that stigma, that black cloud hanging around it that says that they fucked us, fam. Like, would I play Ranger? Yes. Would I be excited to level up? No, not really. Not at first. I don't think so. Tasha's with the spirit of air, spirit of the land, blah blah blah. Like, that shit was legit. Like, they really cleaned her up. The player's handbook one, the other one they made so it was able to pull fighter level whacking, and the third one I forgot. Yeah, so there's a player's handbook that was the Unearthed Arcana, which is what everybody fucking used anyway, and then they refused to make canon for some fucking reason, and then Tasha's came and cleaned it up. Yeah. If you want to play Ranger, go play fighter instead. I hate that you're right. Would I compare it to Monk? I look at this symbol and I feel so much despair still. It's just not It's not ready. It's not ready to be. Here's the thing. If 2014 didn't happen, right? She would be here at minimum. Minimum. Right? Her branding is on point. There's iconic shit. There's iconic characters surrounding her. There's a lot of mysticism. Like Aragorn, fucking Drizzt Do'Urden. Like, oh my god, just like my individual personal love for this class. Before I was a bard, before I loved bards, I was a ranger. I wanted to be a ranger. I didn't know how bad I was with directions. Okay? But unfortunately, much like I feel with Rogue, like, there's just bad vibes. Hi, baby! Hey, baby, are you gonna do some rigging? If you do, I want to watch. I love you. How are you? How was your appointment? I want to watch you. It was tiring. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't feel like you need to do anything that you can't do, okay? Okay. We're at sorcerer levels now. Again, I'm going to preemptively say, before I judge this one, I know y'all are going to be haters about this, okay? I have played sorcerer. And this is not a personal opinion. If this is your favorite class, this ain't about you. This is about my experience, okay? I would put them in F tier. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They used to be higher than that, fam. They used to be a lot higher, but aside from wild magic, like, they're just kind of borrowing from other classes, and they're like sorcerer trinkets with their sorcerer points. It's not enough to keep my interest, unfortunately. Like, I played sorcerer for a long time, and I ended up re-rolling into druid because I was just so fucking bored. Because all they have is the same fucking wizard spells, man. It's the same fucking wizard spells. Yeah, exactly. Empowered spell, fireball. Like, I just... I made... So my character was... her name was Quintessa. It was during our Curse of Strahd game. She was a human from Barovia who was raised as a witch by hags. And it was her ultimate goal to become a hag as well, etc., etc. And so that was her sorceress origin, is that she was like a hag spawn, right? And she had like unnaturally pale skin, dark rings around her eyes. She was kind of like creepy and quiet and dressed in rags. And yeah, she just like liked dead animal parts for jewelry. She was just a creepy kid. The character I loved. But whenever we got into combat, I was fucking dead on my feet. I was like, okay, I might as well just fucking crack open the wizard spell list for all it fucking matters. I'm sorry, but the sorcery points are not enough to give me unique customization. And the unique bloodlines. It's not enough customization to make it interesting for me. And I'll be honest, like, I don't think I've ever had an enjoyable experience with sorcerer, even going back into 3.5. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry for that. It's not you, it's me. You know? I'm sorry. Be safe, Rosie! Thank you for stopping by! Next. I believe this is Warlock. Warlock is pog as hell. Love Warlock. Would I change anything about them? Yes. So the best that they get is B tier. Because I don't think that they're on the level that Druid is. I like them. I love Druid and Paladin. I like Warlock. Right? Funny enough, my main IRL group has a ban list of stuff not to let me have. That's a very strange thing to hear. Can you tell me more? fun to play, and replaying the dynamic the god and patron is fun. See, that's the thing, right? The reason that separates them from a cleric for me is the fact that you don't like necessarily who you're paired with. You just like what they give you. It's very much like a sugar daddy or like a subservient human to demigod, patron, slave, master relationship. So you can be hateful towards them. You can like be rebellious towards them. And they all have unique consequences. Whereas a cleric, as I mentioned, sadly, the way that people play cleric now, it's like an afterthought that they even worship a deity, so they don't get to go any higher. Y'all spoiled brats, stay at sea, thank you very much. Also, there's something about Eldritch Blast that just feels so good. I think that's what stops them from jumping up to A or S tier for me, though, is their greatest strength is also their greatest weakness. Eldritch Blast is Poggies, but it's the only note you'll ever play. And everyone is sick of green sleeves. Does that make sense? Because can anybody relate to this data? I'm just saying that, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, all right? I love the dynamic that it brings to the table. I do feel like their subclasses could use a little bit more work, but they are youthful. They were only introduced to us recently in 4th edition. So, you know, they still have time. They have an excuse, right? Some of y'all been in the game since the beginning, okay? We deserve to see better from you after all that time. Yeah, not enough flavor and mouthfeel, 100%. There's no umami, right? But there is stuff that Warlock does right. I would update Pact of the Chain to be a little bit more enticing because people are sleeping on Pact of the Chain. I feel like Pact of the Chain is bottomless wings. I love Pact of the Chain. I feel like it has the most areas to be creative. Endless Decanter of Water, Bliss Shape Water, and Magnify Gravity is a combo I got banned for myself. I don't understand. I almost multi-classed to a Celestial Warlock as a College of Loreward, but spell progression. Yeah, exactly. That's a tough one. And then you left the campaign. Oh no, why'd you leave it? Yeah, exactly, Argus. I think that Pact of the Chain could be a little bit tastier. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a couple of things that I feel like could grow. They were bullies. Kitty, if you sit at my table, that will never happen. I will never let anybody bully you. I'm sorry you experienced that. No, you don't deserve that. It's Kwama. Kwama. Okay, and last but not least, Wizard. It's been a long road, hasn't it? I like them a lot better than Sorcerer. Like them a lot better than Blood Hunter. I like them better than Ranger and Rogue. I don't know if I can put them any further. And that's only because they really half-assed it with the spell schools, didn't they? Like, I'm sorry, it being easier for you to memorize spells is not enough flavor for me. Like, what the fuck? Other classes are able to regenerate, and like, all my hard work gives me like 25 less GP that I have to spend copying from a spell scroll, and that's all I get? Like, okay, Divination is cool. Evocation, okay, fine, it's cool, I guess. Hardly unique, but it's cool. They have great spells. And I am excited to play them. But they could have done better. They could have given us more. But would I put them on the same tier as Cleric and Monk? No, I would say, you know what? I put them in B tier. I'm happy with this. Uh-oh. Let's see what he says to this. Night! Quit sexually harassing my bird. Catfish plays work. You're incorrigible. You're incorrigible!
0W0 Knight asked me, can I be your patron warlock? I am a dark elf queen who can have my people give you thousands of Kwama eggs, and perhaps our relationship can get spicy if you give me power. Ah, a dark elf queen with a proposition. Tempting with those thousands of Kwama eggs indeed. While I'm usually not one to share power, your offer intrigues me. Perhaps we can strike an arrangement. Keep those eggs coming, and I'll consider gracing you with my chaotic favor.
We shouldn't
but remember,
have told
my
him about the
power
eggs.
is as unpredictable as I am, so be prepared for some delightful mayhem.
Mm-mm. You can't lie to this man and get away with it, brother. It's not gonna work. Mm-mm. 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 Wow. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'm tired. I'm sorry I didn't go into like too much detail by the end there. I'm very tired and I've been talking nonstop for 5 hours. What I would like to do, if that's fine, is I would like to raid. And see who's available. Who's available? A lot of people. Okay. What do you guys feel? What do you guys feel like watching? We have Stardew Valley. Can watch somebody do art. Final Fantasy 14. No, fuck it. Let's go to Sanguine Stories. We're gonna watch Final Fantasy 14. They created me as a slime in Dungeons and Dragons from one of their Twitter posts. So I have to give them some love. It would mean a lot to me if you guys would copy the raid message and make a good impression on our new friend. Let's try and get them into the guild and make new friends along the way. It's been a blast. The next time that you'll see me is, wait, it's Thursday? Sunday! You're gonna see me on Sunday for more Dungeons and Dragons / Baldur's Gate shenanigans. So I hope that I'll see you then. Same frog and channel. I love you. I mean it. Yeah, oh yeah, please join the Discord if you like the crazy fucking shit that I be spewing. And you can't get enough, join my Discord, you know what I mean? Anyway, I love you. I mean it. And I'll see you on this Sunday. Bye!
Welcome in, Esme, Silverthorn. Welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Sanguine Stories. This is my friend Honolulu. We're doing some Final Fantasy 14 FC VTuber challenge lock thing. It's a whole mouthful. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Lynn or Sanguine Stories, whichever or you prefer. I am a D&D themed VTuber.